choose to walk in the spirit is difficult, dealing with all of the ignorance. But in the Bible, it's still talking about the Bible. What is the benefit? Everything about you counterfeit. There ain't no rebuttal you can counter with. On the internet, you the master teacher. In real life, you powerless. Keep it real with you, I don't have time for this. I ride for this, my forefathers died for this. They cry for this opportunity, presently I possess, and right now you are the opposite. If you walk in love, you fulfill the law. Don't get involved and you ain't giving it all. If you ever think it's cool to threaten another man's family, then you already lost. Chemtrails got aluminum, heavy metal saturate the atmosphere. Manhattan Project, time travel, Mandela effect, what happened here? GMO food processing to the whole. But I choose to walk in the spirit is difficult, dealing with all of the ignorance. But in the Bible, it's still talking about the Bible. What is the benefit? Everything about you counterfeit. There ain't no rebuttal you can counter with. On the internet, you the master teacher. In real life, you powerless. Keep it real with you, I don't have time for this. I ride for this, my forefathers died for this. They cry for this opportunity, presently I possess, and right now you are the opposite. If you walk in love, you fulfill the law. Don't get involved and you ain't giving it all. If you ever think it's cool to threaten another man's family, then you already lost. Chemtrails got aluminum, heavy metal saturate the atmosphere. Manhattan Project, time travel, Mandela effect, what happened here? GMO food processing to the whole world become obsolete. A black man who believes in Jesus, got my own team taking shots at me. You trespassing on property that you don't fully understand properly. All the back and forth, that's not for me, that's for ROC and the war machine. If we ride together, then we ride together. If we can't do it, I'd rather leave. I still stand on the word of God till the day I die and no longer breathe. We trapped inside the diaspora, nightmares of the massacre. Cold sweat, I'm below deck in the middle passage, just a passenger. Revolutionary hardcore, liberation, that's a hard job. You ain't ready, you a oddball, keep your mouth closed like lockjaw. I learned trying to bring people together on the same page, make them separate. All the talk about reconciliation, when the time come, you hesitate. If Jesus was able to sit at the table with a bunch of sinners, you very fake. Your steps ordered by the Lord, and how it was yesterday, a big mistake. We the city sitting on the hill. Guess it all depends on how you live. Guess it all depends on how you feel, and we both know that ain't God's will. I stood on what I felt was right, I don't never question if God's real. Trapped inside this matrix, I'm about to pop the red and the blue pill.
Bless them which persecute you, bless and curse not. Rejoice with them that do rejoice, and weep with them that weep. Be of the same mind one toward another. Mind not high things, but condescend to men of low estate. Be not wise in your own conceits. Recompense to no man evil for evil. Provide things honest in the sight of all men. If it be possible, as much as lieth in you, live peaceably with all men. Dearly beloved, avenge not yourselves, but rather give place unto wrath. For it is written, vengeance is mine, I will repay, said the Lord. Therefore, if thine enemy hunger, feed him. If he thirst, give him drink. For in so doing thou shalt heap coals of fire on his head. Be not overcome of evil, but overcome evil with good. Romans 12:14-21.
You're not hating Manny, you're not hating Manny, hating Manny, you're not hating Manny, you're not hating Manny, hating Manny, you're not hating Manny, you're not hating Manny, hating Manny, you're not hating Manny, you're not hating Manny, hating Manny, you're not hating Manny, you're not hating Manny, hating Manny, you're not hating Manny, you're not hating Manny, hating Manny, you're not hating Manny, you're not hating Manny, hating Manny, you're not hating Manny, you're not hating Manny. I am Peyton Manning level, I'm on GOAT status. I think I'm the baddest mother lover ever walk on this planet. Damn it, you could never see me, you could never beat me, you could never beat me, disrespect me, and I'm eating all of your pizza. I know I'm not right, I know I'm not white, I know I'm gon' call the popo on you if you hit me. I don't fight, I'm a rapper, I don't write. Rio, you got all that hype, that's the stuff that I don't like. Why you laughing at my height? I wish I could slap your face. You just think you're so amazing, you just think that you're the greatest. Why you fucking Tom Brady? I am Peyton Manning, end of conversation. You just hating, I am Peyton Manning, say it. I am Peyton Manning, say it. No, Dibble God playing, this a Drake line. Beat the midget up, that's a hate crime. 8 towns on 3 game time. Got the trunk knocking from the baseline. I'm all about the money, baby, cracker cake time. Chopsticks on deck, no Shanghai. 4-5, you come to my waistline. Keep the 4-5 tip by my waistline. You soft in the middle like fruit pie. I know how you to walk a straight line. You wouldn't throw trays in the food fight. That's what I heard through the grapevine. I know you don't mind wasting your time. I would just prefer you didn't waste mine. You gon' get what coming to you in due time. Little pussy cat running from the K9. You're not Peyton Manning, you're not Peyton Manning, Peyton Manning, you're not Peyton Manning, you're not Peyton Manning, Peyton Manning, you're not Peyton Manning, you're not Peyton Manning, Peyton Manning, you're not Peyton Manning, you're not Peyton Manning, Peyton Manning, you're not Peyton Manning, you're not Peyton Manning, Peyton Manning, you're not Peyton Manning, you're not Peyton Manning, Peyton Manning, you're not Peyton Manning, you're not Peyton Manning, Peyton Manning, you're not Peyton Manning, you're not Peyton Manning, Peyton Manning. You ain't nowhere in my category, mandatory for me to tell you that you were very boring. And the moral of the story, I wish I could just ignore you, but I gotta burn your body, put you in the crematorium. And I'm the only audio inside the auditorium. And when I'm finished with you, you will not have no memorial. You wanna be Luigi, but you're not ready for Mario. And no scenario, running circles around your cardio. And that's a body blow, it's not a secret. Everybody knew that you ain't coming close. I leave you comatose, and you become a ghost. I overdose, I gotta overload. That's when the windows of heaven open up for me with the overflow. And I can feel the power moving within every last chromosome. Battle right around the corner, you already know it's on. Understand me, you're not Peyton Manning, you're not Peyton Manning. Woo!
That was my cat.
Fine specimen.
I saw you knock him off the bar.
No, I kind of shoot him. I didn't really knock him.
You raised your hand at him.
Won't happen again, I promise you.
And Martz, about another drink, huh?
That cat's been coming in here for 2 years. It's got more right to be here than you.
I don't want any trouble.
Well, that's too bad. 'Cause you
I know who you are. Murderer of innocent travelers on the road. You are going to be held to account for the things you've done. Do you know that? Do you? It's okay. I'm gonna grab my things. I'm gonna walk out of here. All right, brother?
Yeah.
Cursed be the ground, for our sake. Both thorns and thistles it shall bring forth for us. For out of the ground we were taken, for the dust we are. And to the dust we shall return.
Peace, peace, peace. What it is, it's your brother Tyvon Swainell, aka the Orthodox Moore, aka the Seven Pillar Service, and aka Brother Moore. Wishing y'all a Shabbat Shalom and peace and blessings. Hope y'all having a great day. All that type of stuff. Real quick, family. I wanted to slow a whole bunch of conversations down so we could have a real clear conversation as to why these pews are not going to go away anytime soon and why they should not go away anytime soon. For a lot of people, these pews are an inconvenient truth. I'm going to say that one more time. For a lot of people, these pews are an inconvenient truth. And for a lot of people listening, they're going to assume like, oh, yeah, it's an inconvenient truth for the Christians and for the UA and for all that. Nope. I'm not even talking about them right now. I'm saying them pews are an inconvenient truth for a lot of people claiming to be Israel right now. Why am I saying that? Because there's a lot of people making the claim and they're doing it for the wrong reason. There's two reasons to make this claim. Either you're going to claim to be Israel because you're clout chasing, or you're claiming to be Israel because you're trying to kingdom build. One of the two. One of the two. Either you want to feel special or you want to do some real work. One of the two. I don't care how you slice it. No matter what reason you can come down, you come up with, we will whittle it down to one of them two things. And for the people who are clout chasing, these pews are a real inconvenient truth. Because it makes you have to slow things down and use really good methodology to figure out what's going on. The clout chasers don't want to slow things down. They don't want to look at history. They don't want to look at all the facts. They don't want to get a clear picture. They want to be the center of attention, and they want the picture to be about them. Fam, these pews are more important than any singular one of us. Not one single solitary one of us is more important than these pews. Why is that? Why is that? Because our ancestors went through the labor and the pain to leave those etchings and markings on those pews. So we owe it to them. And I've been saying this from the outset, from the very beginning of this whole thing. I've been saying, and I've been saying in the public, that we need to find out not only what's on those pews, we need to find out what languages, period, are on those pews and which tribes left those languages there. We owe it to all of them to figure that out. From the outset, I've been claiming Semitic languages, including Hebrew and Arabic, etc., and Ga'ez, etc., could very well be on those pews. Never denied Hebrew in any way, shape, or form. And also affirmed the possibility of African scripts being on those pews. And I said, we need to identify every last one of these scripts. And even if there is some Arabic on the pews somewhere, we need to identify what form of Arabic. Who was writing? Was it the Bambara? Was it the Wolof? Was it the Yoruba? Was it the Mandinka? Was it the Fulani? All this becomes important in identifying who we are and being able to understand our migration patterns and whatnot. And on top of that, that church and those pews and the people that were in that church and being part of the Underground Railroad, etc., that right there is a fantastic, fantastic model on how we come together as being people with different beliefs and learn how to unify for positive goals. Like, take that outside of the Israelite concept. You can put it within the Israelite concept, but just as being part of the diaspora, period. That's important, fam. These pews are a national treasure for anybody who descends from the diaspora, because it helps you figure out where you came from. So for the clout chasers, this becomes a bad situation because they want to have a quick conversation where they're the center of it and they pigeonhole the whole conversation. And we lose out because we don't get the full totality of the picture and scope of what was going on in the full picture of history. So unfortunately, like I told people before, I had a conversation with Sister E on this channel here, right? Where she jumped on the panel. I'll let her know that I'm not letting the secret scholarship be gotten away with anymore. I'm not letting it go in the public no more. She first agreed to have a conversation on her channel about the whole thing. We talked in private, and she decided that she did not want to do so. And I'm not even tripping on that. I told her it was all good. We were talking behind closed doors, and she said she was not sure if Caps was real or not. At that juncture, I said, you know what, sis? Cool. Don't even worry about it. I'm not going to press the issue because there's no reason to. I'm not going to pressure on her if she's not sure as to what the situation is, right? So we agreed that if I was going to deal with it, I would deal with it from my channel. And whenever I'm on her channel, you're never going to hear me talk about this stuff. Ever, 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 ever. There's no point to. There's no point to. But at this juncture, I have to address things. Because I'm being told that me and my partner, Anonymous Hebrew, have agendas in this whole thing. I got Pastor Kelly showing up in my community post saying I got agendas on this thing. And nothing could be further from the truth beyond the agendas that I've already stated. Beyond the agendas that I've already stated. And I'm going to get into all that stuff in this presentation here. So real quick, family, let me go ahead and share my screen. And we will get this joint on and popping. So this is a public service announcement. 100%. I'm asking that everybody slow down and pay attention to this concept right quick. We are allowed to discuss the pews, and even the good doctor agrees. One more time. We are allowed to discuss the pews, and even the good doctor agrees. So please slow down. Take the foot off the gas right quick. We're in the residential area. We all live here. You know what I'm saying? There's kids playing out front, all them kind of things. You know what I'm saying? Let's slow this down for multiple reasons. Not least of which, so we can all get the full scope and understanding of the history of what went into making that church, of the history of the Gullah people, etc., of the culture of the Gullah people, of the Geechee people, etc. What was going on in Georgia, in Savannah, Sapelo Island, etc.? How does this play into the claims people make about being Israelites? How does it not? All that is important to understand. And we really need to slow things down. Because I'm being told we can't talk about certain things because this is somebody's family history, etc., 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 etc. Fam, I hate to break this to you. Like, if you descend from the diaspora, diasporic history is everybody's history. It's everybody's history. On top of that, let's keep it a buck. Let's keep it a buck. These claims about language on the pews as to what they are, period, whether they're Arabic, whether they're Hebrew, whether they're anything other than just African writings, are new claims, period, that do not go back to the founders of the church or to any of the church written history. None of it. There is nothing in the church history talking about cursive Hebrew on the pews. None whatsoever. There's nothing coming from the founders of the church talking about cursive Hebrew on the pews whatsoever. Again, the oldest known breakdown or claim of anything being known as to what it is being written on the pews, not just like speculation that there's something there, but what it specifically is the oldest claim we have is 13 years ago from a tour guide on YouTube. You have other tour guides that make claims, like you have multiple tour guides making multiple claims. Bump the website. I'm talking about the tour guides. The website from the church, the oldest place, the oldest information on the website goes back to 2011, right? I think the The latest thing went back in terms of it talking about there being language on the pews specifically as to what it was in terms of being cursive Hebrew, etc. That's 2011. It gets switched up in 2017 for Arabic or whatnot, right? Now, why is that? Why is that? Now, there's multiple claims getting put out. The good doctor on one video says, "Oh, it's because of the church was trying to avoid being part of being labeled as black identity extremists because they didn't want to be known as black Hebrew Israelites, etc." Whatnot, right? And then on a documentary that came out, he's saying it's because of a Confederate group called the Wives of the Confederate, a fictitious group that doesn't exist. There's a group called like the Daughters of the Confederacy, etc., but there's no group called the Wives of the Confederate, right? He stipulates that the reason why the information is getting changed is because the Wives of the Confederate are pressuring people to change information so that people can get a more positive view of slavery and turn slavery into like some kind of a migration of workers or whatnot, laborers or whatnot. I don't know how Arabic on the pews would play anywhere into that, but I do know that that's a completely different story than the church trying to avoid black identity extremism and whatnot, right? But here's what I also know: you have other people down there in Savannah, actual Geechee and Gullah activists like Amir Jamal Tawari, who are also tour guides, speaking on the fact that there's Arabic on the pews, on some of the pews, not all the pews. Specifically, there is no God but Allah. He was claiming that was on the pews. So there's dispute. You got the Gullah and the Geechee talking about we don't want to lose part of our culture because the blending of the African traditions, the Christian traditions, and the Islamic traditions are what the Geechee and Gullah culture are. So you had the people from Savannah itself, the activists from Savannah itself, the people living in Savannah itself, the Geechee people themselves, Gullah speaking people, saying we don't want to discount our heritage, man. So it's important to understand all this. It's super important to understand all this because when people hear this story, they get the picture in their head like Pastor Kelly and them grew up their whole lives running up and down these pews or whatnot. No, that's not the case, man. No, that's not the case. Pastor Kelly himself says within the Reclaiming the Throne documentary that the first time he went down there was 9 years ago. And that part was recorded 2 years ago, right? So I'll say this, give him 11 years. The first time Pastor Kelly went down there was 11 years ago. Yeah. And it's not like he's showing up with some secret decoder ring from his great uncle or whatnot. Yeah. Because it wasn't willed down to him. There was no special information that he walked in with. He had to learn just like everyone else, like a tourist, man. Like a tourist. He wants people to believe that he has unfettered access to that church, and that's not the case. That is emphatically not the case. That is emphatically not the case. So there's two sets of pews, fam, on both sides of the church. On both sides of the church. He does not have access to the other side of the church, like all the other tourists don't. Like all the other tourists don't. The only pictures you will ever see coming from Pastor Kelly are from the same side that all the tourists get to take pictures from. How do I know this? Because my man Anonymous Hebrew went down there. And nobody, not even the church people, were going on the other side. He said he felt like they thought it would, in his mind, he thought it was a liability issue. He said it might be unsafe for people to go walk on the other side. So Pastor Kelly will also tell you in an interview with I believe with Dante, he was saying that he saw books that had Hebrew written on them, but that he didn't have access to them because they were under glass. Yeah, fam, there's a room you go into to where they have artifacts from the church and whatnot under glass on the tour. And if you got unfettered access, you get to go look, you get to go pick them books up, fam. No, he doesn't have unfettered access, fam. Let's stop playing. Let's stop playing. Why is there so much emotion in my voice? You're going to find out here in a second, fam. Because I've done all the behind the closed door stuff. I was building with Kelly. I reached out to Pastor Kelly in January and sent him a video that I did about the Pews, right? About another perspective on the Pews based upon information that was uncovered via Anonymous Hebrew on his trip down in August of 2019. I keep stressing this August of 2019 thing because Anonymous and I were starting to work on the Pew on us looking at and decoding certain stuff in 2019, in August of 2019. That's before Abu ever steps into the picture, man. That's before Abu ever steps into the picture. Why is that important to point out? It's important to point out because right now we find ourselves in this false dichotomy. Either it's Hebrew or it's Arabic on the pew. Either it's Hebrew or it's Arabic on the pews. And that is a false dichotomy. That is a 100% false dichotomy. And on top of that, it's got to be either Soletreo or it's got to be Hebrew. And that is beyond a false dichotomy. First and foremost, family, Soletreo is not the only form of cursive Hebrew. There's multiple forms of cursive Hebrew. Soletreo is the Latin form. There's Ashkenazi and other forms of cursive Hebrew. Soletreo is the Latin form. So just someone saying there's cursive Hebrew doesn't say that doesn't mean that it's Soletreo, right? Pastor Kelly, Benaiah, etc., Maury Brown have been on this whole Soletreo concept. That's a very specific linear claim, and that there is now this is kind of floating or whatnot because they will admit that the people that could know Arabic and could read and write Arabic, some of them. But their position is you're not going to tell me that there's a Quran verse on those pews. Well, family, that's not taking the view of a skeptic right off rip. That's taking the view of someone who's being extremely biased. The last words to me from Pastor Kelly on the phone were, you're not going to tell me that there's a verse of the Quran on those pews in that church. You've already ruled it out. You've already ruled it out. And there's nothing you're going to accept that'll allow you to check that off. And like, you know what, that is a Quran verse. That's being biased from the outset, fam. That's not being a proper skeptic in the whole thing. And on top of that, it's limiting what people can understand about the story of the Gullah and the Geechee, about Savannah and Sapelo, etc. What actually happened culturally there, the melding that happened there, the culture that came out of it. Because the truth is, again, and this is what the Amir Jamal Tawari brought out, that he was trying to get them to understand. He's like, look, man, we in Savannah, right here in Savannah, the first people that wrote down Gullah was the first person was a Mandingo slave named London, who wrote the Gospel of John in the Gullah dialect of English in the Arabic script. Boubacar Diakite, a Muslim from Mali, a Harvard scholar, he's looking at the pew saying it's an Arabic type of writing. And it literally says they might not have been Muslims. They could have been Christians. Very well could have been Christians who wrote this. And for them, it could have been a religious continuity. At that juncture, we got to slow all the way down. Because the brother from Mali is trying to drop some real science on you. And if you don't know history, you don't know what he's saying. If you don't know history, you don't know what he's saying. But he's saying the very thing that Amir Jamal Tawari is pointing to. Hey, wait, family, you don't got to worry about there being Arabic on the pews, even if there is Arabic, because there's people who came over who knew that very well, and they still picked up the Bible. They still went to Christianity, etc., but they didn't leave the Arabic behind. It was a lingua franca form. Hence, you've got people like me saying from the outset that even if there is Arabic on the pews, that you would have to stop and see if there's any Hebrew within that Arabic, because it's very possible that that could be the case. And I want you to hear this, family. I want you to clear your ears out and hear this really good. Abu agreed to that concept on air. Oh, yes, the devil incarnate, Abu himself, agreed that, yeah, even if there is Arabic on the pews, that it could be that you might find Hebrew letters amongst the Arabic. Now, hear this even better, fam. Abu's position is there is no discernible language on the pews. He does not make the claim that there's Arabic on the pews. The only people in the community who are positively saying that there's Arabic on the pews are myself and Anonymous Hebrew. Abu does not make the claim that Arabic is on the pews. He did a thought experiment demonstrating how it should look if you're trying to prove a language. Because he was saying the methodology of people like Pastor Kelly, etc., was not up to par. I looked at the back and forth, and I didn't find any reason to disagree with Abu's assessment in terms of the level of methodology. I saw the back and forth in late in the fall of 2019, and I decided I was going to throw my hat in the ring and try to slow this conversation down. So in January, I reached out to Pastor Kelly. I gave him a video that I made on Debate Talk for You about my views on the pews and Anonymous views on the pews and how we have a different perspective on this whole thing. He gave me his number, asked me to call him. We started building about the pews. I invited him to come on Debate Talk for You and build about the pews and build about the Ethiopic aspects of the church, because there's a lot of Ethiopian motifs that aren't being touched on, i.e., like Anonymous told me something that was very interesting. He says, like, when you go on the tour, they show you the crosses on the windows, etc., right? And they break down this concept that you can see a change, a gradual evolution from Ethiopic crosses to more modern crosses. So they started off Ethiopic and changed to something else. So that mixed with the possibility of Amharic being written in Ge'ez or just Ge'ez letters period being written on the pews potentially is a very big deal. Why is that a big deal? Because that opens up the conversation to the East African side of the slave trade. And then we can just start doing things like talking about potentially Ethiopian Jews being in the slave trade and how the Lemba could have gotten over here, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We need to slow this all the way down. Slow this all the way down. Fam, we need to understand that I let Pastor Kelly know that I was going to have Abu on. And that I wanted Abu to come on first so I could ask Abu certain questions. And when I asked Abu those questions, Abu took the Ethiopic perspective real. Again, I asked him hard questions and he answered questions that no one gave him credit for. And they didn't give him credit. Let me say it like this. Scholastically, Abu kind of like got put in a headline because he was stipulating there is no language on the pews. And there was no Israelite claiming that they were not embracing any form of Arabic or whatnot, right? Now, here I am. I'm looking at this situation as to how can I slow this down and make it to where we can open this thing up a bit, right? I occupy a very interesting space. I'm an Islamic Israelite. I deal with the Bible and the Quran. I descend from North African Israelites and I descend from West African Muslims, who I later found out also do have genetic ties to Israelites, right? So for me, I don't have a dog in the fight in terms of not rocking with both. To me, they're equally important to prove out or disprove out. There's not a bias towards one or the other. So I ask Abu the hard questions. I ask him the hard questions about the cultural aspects of this thing. He's not taking into account. And you know what? He mans up and says, you know what? I'm not taking that into account. And certain things like you're talking about don't interest me. And I wouldn't know about certain things about like the about the Underground Railroad and certain cultural significances of the church, etc. Anon jumps on, he gets the same answers from him. You know what I'm saying? I get it, Kelly. I send him this interview as well. And I send him timestamps as to where Abu starts looking at the Ethiopian thing real serious. And again, I'm talking to Kelly on the phone. I'm begging him, hey fam, let's at the very, I was like, so you keep saying that you got all these pictures of these pews, fam. He's like, yeah, it's like you got them Amharic, you got Aramaic, you got Hebrew. He's like, yeah, I got all that. I was like, cool. How about we just give that one pew to Abu? Because I say that there's Arabic on that one pew. Abu says that there's nothing on the pew, on the pew, or that there's no discernible language. So the moment that there's a discernible language, that stops that conversation, and we get to start talking about all the other markings that you supposedly have but have never shown. Never shown, fam. Understand this. He's never shown these. And you're not going to see him. You're not going to see him. Because if he showed what he had, you recognize, oh, wow, the emperor has no clothes. All he has is one side of the balcony. He doesn't even have the other side. He said he got some pictures of stuff from upside where the pastor speaks or whatnot. You know what I'm saying? Like I forgot the name. It's been so long since I've been in church. But the front of the church where the pastor speaks or whatnot, there's something supposedly carved up in there or whatnot, right? Cool, got you. I know you're tripping on that, right? Straight. But the simple point of fact is, my man does not have special information about these pews. There's nothing that he got from the church. There's no secret book that he got. No, none of that type of stuff, right? So any claim that he's making needs to be scrutinized just as much as anybody else's claims. I looked at his claims. And so I'm in Washington State, fam. I literally talked to him about the fact that I live in a state where there is a large Sephardic population. In fact, I live in the same state that Bunis was in. In fact, I contacted all the people. Bunis, like this whole thing about Bunis and Sola Trail was huge, right? In the sense that Bunis is the top dude. I ended up contacting everybody in that department, like 3-4 people or whatnot, right? Got no responses back, right? But I did get a response from other people, that are pretty good at Sola Trail and whatnot, right? And I got confirmed what I thought going into my suspicions in the whole thing, right? Like, yeah, I've never seen Sola Trail in North America before. Again, Sola Trail is a very specific form of cursive Hebrew. It is a Latin form of cursive Hebrew, coming out of Spain and Portugal and whatnot, right? Now, anyone who's familiar with my channel knows that my mother is North African Jewish by way of Spain, and like New Mexico, etc., right? And that her people went through the Inquisition here, and her people have been here for around 500 years, etc., right? That when my father's people were going through slavery, her people were going through an Inquisition here in the Americas. And so I told all this to Pastor Kelly. And I told Pastor Kelly, I was like, check this out, fam. I got no beef with trying to find Hebrew and cursive Hebrew, because when Anonymous went down there, Anonymous was like, bro, I'm seeing like coughs all over the place. He's like, I'm not seeing a whole bunch of other stuff, but I'm seeing like good, I can make out cases for coughs all over the place. So I'm telling Kelly, I was like, you know what, fam? Like, I hear what you're saying, right? However, this is why I don't really believe that you're likely going to find Sola Trail there, right? Because it's very specific to a certain group of people in places and time and whatnot. And you don't see it in West Africa. You don't even see it in Sao Tome. You don't see it in Principe. You don't see it in Timbuktu. You don't see it anywhere where we were and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? I mean, like I said, like you don't see it amongst my mother's people who were here for a half a century. Coming up through Mexico, going into New Mexico, you don't see it amongst them anywhere. So for it to be amongst the African slaves just seems really, it seems like a far stretch and very highly unlikely, whatnot, right? I asked him if he wanted me to double check with some people, with some other Sephardic Jews up here. He said no, that he didn't want me to, right? But like I said, I checked anyway because I wanted to know. I needed to know what was going on, right? So I contacted other scholars as well, and I made all my findings public. And they said that the letters didn't conform to sola trail. And my dude said, like, the letters on the outside of the portion that and I'll show it to you in a second, that the letters on the outside of the portion that Kelly had transcribed looked more like Arabic than anything. And the person I sent this to was somebody who could read sola trail and Arabic script, because he also studied what was called al-Hamiado. What is that? Al-Hamiado are Latin texts from Spain and Portugal, including Ladino, written in the Arabic script. So he could read cursive Hebrew and sola trail with that, and also El Hamiado, Latin text written in Arabic. And the cool part about it was, my man told me he had been contacted about this before. And he was able to affirm that he didn't know of any situation to where there was sola trail in North America. So that really made me pause, like, hold on, because my dude was young. He was a young scholar, right? So those are the kind of things young scholars jump at. If you think that there's sola trail on, you know what I'm saying, on a pew somewhere, and particularly where there are Sephardic Jews, known Sephardic Jews or whatnot, why would you not verify the sola trail and make your career based upon that? Because that's how you make your career type stuff. I mean, like, that's big stuff right there. The first finding of sola trail in North America, you get to put your name on that. Bunis didn't want that. Kirshen didn't want that. That says a lot, fam. So there's going to be a lot of people who are up in arms and in their feelings saying, oh, no, how dare you? And cool. You want to be mad? Be mad. Right now, I'm doing my Matthew 18 thing because I tried to get the people behind closed doors. I tried to get them with the group, and the group couldn't happen. They didn't want to do behind the closed doors thing. They didn't want to do public things together, right? Even though they agreed to do them. They agreed to come on and then decided to say, you know what? I got more important things to deal with, right? And the more important things ended up being a defense against the PBS documentary that was not attacking any identity concept of being an Israelite in any way, shape, or form. So if you want to be mad, I'm not mad at you, fam. You're entitled to feel how you feel. But at the same point in time, I'm obligated to, at this juncture, make a case to the ecclesia. I got to make a case to the assembly. And then I'm going to go about my business, fam. Because I promise you, there's not going to be a whole bunch of back and forth over this. Because sunshine is the best disinfectant. Sunlight is the best disinfectant. I think that's the way you say it. Sunlight is the best disinfectant. There we go. When we all see what's going on, it's not an argument, fam. We just see what it is. So, to be clear, I did not need permission to go defend some of Benaya's work on Garfield's channel, on the Dagger Squad, by myself. When they were catching hell over some of the stuff Benaya was saying about the Israelite claims and whatnot. I didn't need permission to get at Garfield over his cryptic quest documentary claims, and he was trying to say that Ephraim Isaac was positively saying that there was no Hebrew on the pews, and he didn't say anything of the sort. They didn't even bring him in to talk about Hebrew. I didn't need permission to point out to Dante that he is E1B1B and may be a real limba. Like, we may be able to really, really, really track the fact that he descends from a limba male that went through the slave trade. Now, I'm not saying like we're limba, like people don't have autosomal limba. I'm talking about like you can actually trace him through the slave trade potentially to a limba male in Southeast Africa, because he has a very particular form of E1B1B that is also a Yemenite form. You find it heavily in Yemen and whatnot, which is really in line with the Limba story and whatnot, right? Meanwhile, we got people talking about the expulsion of the people in Ezra was the right thing to do, and basically saying that the Limba aren't even real Jews. They're trying to say hashtag Bantu Limba on the thing. We really got to slow this thing down, Fib. I didn't need permission to try and prove out the Limba claim of being on slave ships. When I interviewed Cohen Hamadishe, and he told me that, yeah, the Limba were on slave ships, I immediately went to try to go prove that out because the elder said that was part of their tradition. And if we're coming up Limba on in Jed Match, I'm trying to figure out why that is, right? So I immediately went to slave voyages and started figuring that thing out. Immediately started pushing back. And I gave pushback to Garfield and them too. Because they were saying, no, didn't no one come from East Africa. Well, Slave Voyages says otherwise. It says there's over 500,000 people that came from East Africa and from the ports of Mozambique and Madagascar, etc. Hence, you see a video that I put up with about Dante's DNA and about the twins, the Tail twins DNA, right? Showing that there's Comorians, right? Comorians off the coast of East Africa who are also G2A. And it's potential you might find some people who are G2A who came through the slave trade because they got hemmed up in the East African side and came all the way over here. I didn't need permission for that, fam. I didn't need permission to throw a wrench in Salam's Jed Match argument with my DNA. And I was gonna have Salam behind the scenes. She got all messed up because I wasn't supposed to be coming up Ethiopian Jew in the Ethio helix like she was saying. And not only do I come up Ethiopian Jew, fam, I come up like, let me say it like this. My mother, right? My North African Jewish mother comes up Ethiopian Jewish in the first distance population everywhere in the Ethio helix, right? In all the projects and all the different calculators in Ethio helix, right? At an average of the high 50s, like 59, right? I average in the 40, like around 44 or something like that, right? Low 40s. In order for me to average that in the distance, right? In the single digit, not single, but single population distance, right? Not the mix, but the single population distance. In order for me to get the low 40s, my father has to be in the high 20s. So it threw a wrench in Salam's whole thing because she's Ethiopian, right? And everyone else wasn't coming up Ethiopian Jew in the Ethio helix. But your boy did. Threw a wrench in the whole thing. You're not ever going to see these slides from her, fam. It's not going to happen. I didn't need permission to go up faithful to God over the ancient watchmen and DNA stuff that he was talking about, right? Or none of the claims he talks about. I'd go at faithful way more. Honestly, I don't think he's significant at all. His information is easy to beat up. And the truth of the matter is, when you beat him up enough, Abu was like, he pulls him to the side. He's like, you know what, faithful? Let's step it up a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Like the argument they're bringing to you is a little bit better than what you're talking about. Like you need to really look at that. Like, I don't really worry about Faithful because Faithful's got to change his positions now. You know what I'm saying? He's really insignificant. I didn't need permission to debate Kevin G about the Limba DNA and the concept of the extended Kohimmoto haplogroup or haplotype, right? I did not need permission for that at all. I did not need permission to point out Kevin G's secret Santa scholarship on the whole thing, right? And I definitely did not need permission to contact scholars over the pews and develop my own theories. So please don't come to me and tell me that I need permission for this kind of stuff, right? Or that I need to leave things alone for other people. No, that's not how this works. Because this is what you're going to find. It's all good if I'm scholastically shooting at the UA community, right? But I'm going to be a traitor the moment that I hold my own community to account. If that's your attitude, fam, I'm not even worried about it. So just get used to the offense. I'll get used to you being offended. And we'll understand each other perfectly. Because I'm not going away. I told Sister Edith like over a year ago when she figured out. She said, "Oh, you're our version of Abu." I said, "Yep." But I'm also in a real unique situation, and I'm going to occupy that space because my DNA, my background, my beliefs, all that type of stuff put me in a real unique situation. Like, so for instance, the UA they don't ever reject me being an Israelite because of the claims I make for my mother. They push back on the claims I make for my father, which puts them in a bad position, right? Same thing with and check this out. And I use that in such a way because if you go back and watch my interview with the Boo, my last one, where we're talking about Jed match and all that kind of stuff, right? Where he brings out his Jed match stuff. And it ends up looking a lot like my mom's. Why? Because he's Moroccan, on top of other things, right? Looks really similar to my mom's. They could be brother and sister, basically, right? I matched up to my uncle's stuff. It looked just like my uncle's stuff, yeah? Looked just like my uncle's stuff, yeah? Now he was saying he didn't claim being an Israelite in any way, shape, or form. But when you looked at his, when you looked at my mother and my uncles and whatnot, in Cat, for instance, right? They came up. The number one match was Moroccan Jewish. Then you saw North African Jewish, and then you see like Yemenite, and then you see Ethiopian Jewish, all in their single population distances in Cat Africa 9. Now a lot of people can get they'll get like maybe Ethiopian Jewish in the Cat World 9, right? But not the Africa 9. No, they got it in the African 9, fam. They got Moroccan Jewish, North African Jewish, Yemenite Jewish, and Ethiopian Jewish in the African 9. Why is that significant? Well, that's significant because, again, different people got different paradigms. Some people want to be a whole Black Portuguese Jew. I'm with that. Some people want to be a whole Limba. I'm with that too. Getting where you fit in, right? The place, something I focus on heavy is the East African migration to West Africa through the Sahel, to the Central African trade routes. And I focus heavily on the migrations that came way before colonialism hit West Africa, etc. Right? Like I go back to at the very least I go back to migrations that are circa 525 AD, right? And so I focus also on the fact that with talking to Cohen Hamadishe and also talking to Tuda Parfit, that there was multiple migrations that came from Senna in Yemen, where the Lemba said they were at, and came into Africa. Now I talked to scholars like Dana Marnici, etc., and we're both of the same opinion that the migration that came in from East Africa in Arabia was larger than the migration that came in from the Levant. And a lot of people, they think that that's counterintuitive. No, you need to understand, fam. Like the Lemba said, when they dipped out, the first place they went was Yemen. Yemen eventually became, like the Himyarite kingdom eventually became an Israelite kingdom, a Jewish kingdom, etc. Right? If I'm leaving places like the Levant, why wouldn't I go there? Why wouldn't I go there? The truth of the matter is a large population came in from East Africa, Yemen, and is recorded coming into Mali and other places, etc. It's recorded. And the cold part was the Boo had to stop and acknowledge that. He was like, you know what? That's very possible. And here's where it gets this is where he really had to slow down. When you analyze my DNA, I get East African DNA from my mother. Yep, you heard that right. I get East African DNA from my mother. She looks phenotypically North African and Mediterranean, but I get East African DNA from her. From Ethiopia, Somalia, Eritrea, etc. So we really got to slow this down. And so like I said, fam, this is me doing my Matthew 18 thing. I'm not beefing with nobody. I'm not taking shots. I'm not saying somebody needs to get boycotted. No, I'm not doing none of that. I'm making my case to the ecclesia because at this juncture, my integrity is getting attacked. And I did my part. I went behind closed doors. I went and tried to grab other people to go behind closed doors. I invited people to public conversations, all that type of stuff. And it's not popular. People don't want to get involved. They want to throw rocks and hide their hands and whatnot, right? Well, continue to do so if you want to. But at this juncture, I'm going to catch them and throw them back and make my case to the ecclesia. Because I was trying to be righteous with you, fam. I was trying to be righteous with all you, fam. It don't got to turn into gaslighting. It don't got to turn into all kind of back and forth. It could really just turn into let's sit down and talk about the facts on the table and make it an intellectual conversation. It doesn't have to be an emotional conversation. Abu was begging people to not have it be emotional. I can see why they were getting emotional with him because he's a UA and they can't trust his intentions. All right, cool, whatever, got you. But when you're using the same tactics on another Israelite brother, whatnot, fam, well, you're gonna try to swift boat people like Issachar, for instance, because he wants to challenge your narrative on the pews and whatnot. Fam, that's gotta get dealt with in front of the ecclesia, fam. That's got to get dealt with in front of the ecclesia, fam. So this is what happens when you try to challenge the norm, right? You get the gaslighting. Me and Abu are some unholy alliance, fam. You get the gaslighting. Nah, you got the Catholic Jesuit and the Moorish slaver. No, you can't trust them. No, Moore even said he got Catholics in his family and whatnot. Oh, you can't trust them. Moore said he got Muslims in his family. Moore's a Muslim. This is what I be like when y'all be gaslighting, fam. So this is what we're going to do for real? This is what we're going to do for real? Because this is the reality of the thing, fam. Like I said, I got into this before Abu got into this thing. I just wasn't making it public. I was working on my stuff behind closed doors. And then when I get into this whole thing, I find something out. Like, so, yeah. Like, can you question Abu's motives? Sure, 100%. That's legit all day. Like, why would he talk about a lot of this stuff? Yeah. But then when I got into it, I was like, I heard him say that he doesn't make any identity claims. He doesn't trip on anybody calling themselves Israelites and other type of stuff. He never pressed me on my identity claims. In fact, he literally defended such against faithful. Me and Yehukanah, you can see it on my channel. Yehukanah's going to faithful, making one argument. Faithful don't want to hear it. I come on, I say the same thing to faithful. Faithful starts looking at the ground because he's heard from Abu. You should respect them more. Now I'm asking faithful, like, hold on, what's going on? I said the same thing Yehukanah just said. What's the deal? What's the deal? And you know what? Abu saw all that, right? Abu got her faithful. Faithful ended up apologizing to Yehukanah. Ended up apologizing to Yehukanah. And Abu and Faithful had to start changing his arguments on DNA based upon it. So whether you like him, dislike him, you question his motives or whatnot, you know what I'm saying? I will say this. Abu has never brought out a fake scholar anywhere. I've never seen him tell a provable lie in terms of the information he's bringing forth. And he's never lied to me. Does that mean we're going out to dinner anytime soon? No. That means I have a professional respect for him. Because I heard him go out and say, you know what, you shouldn't be saying, he told Faithful on Beran's channel, you shouldn't be telling people they're not saved because they're making an Israelite claim, because they got the nerve to call themselves Israelites. You should leave that to the sovereignty of God. Respect for that. Just like I got respect for Elder Mike for saying the same thing. If I'm gonna talk to a Christian, I'm gonna at least talk to one that says that. I'm not gonna waste my time talking to Faithful to God or Cherry Love or whatever when they say I'm going to hell just because I got the nerve to say I'm Israel, fam. Abu is not a racist just because he got some questions on the pews. Can you question his motives? Sure. But he made it clear from the outset he's not making the pews an identity claim thing. Oh, Moore, you're becoming an Abu apologist. I might be. In one essence, fam. If you got a problem with him, state what your problem is and let it be a real problem. If you have a claim, like, so for instance, Dante said, yeah, Abu's not holding the church account to its claims of Arabic on the website. I was like, you know what? I think that's legit. I agreed with that in public. I let it be known that yeah, Abu did agree with the concept that there were certain Jews that were being black or being specifically talked about as being dark skinned, etc., whatnot, and certain passages that people are arguing about concerning the Portuguese Jews or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Sure, yeah, no issue with that. I got no issue saying, hey, I was telling my man Tyler, hey, where you need to go get it Faithful or go get it Abu is about the fact that Abu doesn't ask Faithful about his Sephardic only descent of West African Muslims. Like, so for instance, in the conversation on my channel where Abu is getting his Jed match information looked at and his positions kind of like, well, he said it like this. He says, I was smashing all of his silent assumptions or something to that nature, right? Because he was coming on saying because he thought he was just because he was North African, right? That he thought that anybody would pull up Ethiopian Jew in the Ethio Helix. He thought anybody with any African descent would do such. And then he found out that no, most people in the community don't pull up Ethiopian Jewish in the Jed match. And I got a lot of people's information on Jed match that they give me. You give me your Jed match info, I will give you a lot of information back as to like migration patterns, all kinds of stuff. A lot of people have me look at their stuff, right? And I told them flat out, I was like, yeah, I'm the only person I've ever looked at from my community, etc., that came out, or I'll say my community because I did tell them about other people like in Africa who like Somalia that came up Ethiopian Jews, right? But yeah, I'm the only person I know of in the Israelite community that comes up Ethiopian Jewish in the Ethio Helix. Now the twins say they do as well. And if that's the truth, that lends a lot of credence to them potentially being Comorian off the G28 concept, right? I don't know because I haven't seen it, right? But I can say this. Abu Stab was trying to figure out like why he was getting Ethiopian Jewish and whatnot. I gave him a possible reason as to why, because I broke down the East African migration through Central, West, and also North Africa. And right off rip, he's super familiar with the history. So we start talking about the Himyar migration, all kind of stuff like that, right? And so again, he denies being an Israelite. He doesn't claim it, but he also recognized the possibility through that migration. So he recognized that migration, and he also recognized again, he stopped to recognize the Ethiopian connection to the church in Savannah. A lot of people aren't catching this because they're getting the gaslight. Oh, Abu's just a slave. He got the mind of the slaver and blah, blah. Cool. You got the mind of the slave catcher. Fam, that's an emotion. That's an appeal to emotion. That's called a logical fallacy, i.e. we're not using logic no more. So when we're not using logic, talking about a scholastic situation, that's a problem. And that's literally the whole reason why I wanted to engage Abu. because people were meeting his logical arguments with emotional arguments. And so I started putting forth better logical arguments. And so he responded in kind, man. Again, people are missing the fact that Abu has already said, if there even is Arabic on the pews, one, it disproves his position because he says there's no Arabic there's no language on the pews, period. No discernible language. And two, it really opens things up because he's already agreed that you could have Hebrew amongst the Arabic letters if it is there. So let's take Abu out of the situation from that for now. Let's make this an Israelite conversation right now. Can we take the emotion out of it and really look at this thing? Can we look at the fact that there was a West African scholar saying, even if a West African scholar from Mali, literally saying they might have been Christian themselves if they wrote Arabic on the pews. It does not mean they were Muslims. No, I mean, you're trying to say that they're Arabs. They're Arab Muslims. That's the other false claim, fam. No one is trying to make the claim that the people in that church were one, Arabs, which is just a ridiculous claim on its face, or two, Muslims. Or two, Muslims. No one's making that claim. No one's making that claim. Not even the Muslim brother from West Africa, who was the Harvard scholar, Boubacar Diakite, he wasn't making that claim. And y'all need to understand why. If you don't, then we really need to slow down and go check out West African history. And I promise you, I plan on doing so. Because the Pews is about to be a dead conversation in a couple of days. This is about to be dead air in terms of what's been going on. It's going to be a new conversation going forward. So we can actually look at scholarship in this thing. Fam. So this is the look I'd be giving when you be gaslighting, fam. And this is what I found out going forward. That me and Abu are the methodology odd couple, fam. That he's the Christian Renaissance man and I'm the Moorish Renaissance man. And it's in the sense that, you know what, we both have an interest in a lot of things. And we can have a good conversation about a lot of things with a lot of different people because we're interested in a lot of things. Like people want to trip on Abu's motives or whatnot. Cool. You got, like I keep saying, you got every right to question Abu's motives. I'm never going to sit here and claim I think that he's the most righteous person. I don't know why he does certain stuff, right? And I'm not going to defend everything he does. But what I will defend is methodology, right? If you're sitting here telling me that you're not going to answer the question because you think he asked it for a bad reason, I could care less about that. If he asked a good question, I'm going to answer it. Because if he doesn't, if we don't answer good questions, and not that we're obligated to answer anything that he ever asks. And I keep saying this in the public, that if you don't want to deal with Abu, don't. But at the same point in time, don't say his name either then. Just leave him alone. Turn your back to him. Our scroll says if you think somebody's wicked, turn your back to him and walk the other way, fam. Do the Abraham Lot thing. You know what I'm saying? Just split part ways, man. You don't got to talk about him. Not a whole bunch of people watch his channel or watch Faithful to God, fam. But if you do engage him, just do so with sound methodology. It's real simple, fam. If you're going to engage him, do so with sound methodology. And you know what? It's not a problem. It's not a problem at all. He keeps saying to me, or about me, and other people are in my circle, right? Go check them out because they got good methodology. You might, I don't agree with everything they say, just like I'm saying about him. And why am I saying that, fam? Fam, I come from the Solar Vision Debate League, man. I come from all kind of debate leagues. I got access to at least 3 different debate leagues, right? I've been on the 4th one. I've been on modern day debates and whatnot, right? The biggest debate league out there, right? But specifically, I'm talking about Solar Vision Debate League. Dante Fortson recently interviewed somebody named Lex Vortex, right? So Lex Vortex was somebody who was over in the Solar Vision Debate League for a few years with me and a few of my homies and whatnot. And they literally had a group called like Rock Nation, right? The Rise of the Canaanites. It turned into Rise of the Cushites. It turned into Rise of the Christian Mystics and all that kind of stuff, right? They were changing every other day, right? But the one thing they agreed on is we need to burn the Bible, and we're literally doing so. And that became your initiation into the group, is you had to film yourself burning the Bible. And so my brothers and I, we decided we're not going to debate each other in this debate league. What we're going to do is we're going to unite based upon the Bible and protect this thing right now, because we're seeing it being attacked from all sides right now. So our beliefs aside, we're going to stick together on what we agree on and respectfully disagree and go get these cats, right? And defend this Bible. And for going on 3 years now, almost 4, that's what we've been doing. And a lot of people don't see it because we're doing the conscious committee and whatnot, right? My homies have been on Sinai's family on his channel slapping him up, right? Shout out to LDI, you know what I'm saying? Sinai was trying to get us to debate him, right? Try to get my man Anonymous and me to debate on his platform. We turned him down because we refused to debate on his platform because he makes merchandise of the people. Because we were going to do it on Debates Are For You. He first agreed to it and then backed off. So what am I saying? I'm saying we dealt with the conscious community quite a bit, right? And people like Lex Vortex and the Rock Nation and all these other cats, right? When we would start dealing with the stuff that they were talking about, right? They would do streams on us for hours on end, weeks on end, calling us everything but a child of God, talking about our families, threatening our lives, all kind of stuff, yeah. I'm not saying just specifically Lex Vortex. I'm talking about a lot of people in them communities and whatnot, right? We've been catching a lot of hell. A lot of people don't see. A lot of hell people don't see, right? And so that hell we catch, we find out real quick who's real and who's not real. And so one thing you'll notice is when Anonymous jumps on, when I'm talking to a booth the first time, he's like, wow, I noticed we're not yelling, we're not beefing. And he says, I noticed that when we're talking, when people can just sit down and talk about scholarship, like people who are scholastically minded, there's no emotion involved. They're not going to yell at each other, all them kind of things. And that's exactly how it is, man. You may not like a boo at all, but you can have a respectful, scholastic conversation with it. And that's all I interact with the boo for. I'm interested in that concept right there because he asks our community scholastic questions that we refuse to answer out of emotion. And refusing to answer makes it seem like we can't answer. Makes it seem like we can't answer or we're afraid to answer. Like when Pastor Kelly was denied, turned down the debate to Vocab Malone to debate him about the pews, that didn't look strong to me, right? I didn't like that look. Now I recognize not everybody's a debater, right? So I respect him for saying, you know what, I'm not going to debate you. I'm not mad at him for that, right? But in terms of PR, that's a bad look for the community. In terms of that's a question not being answered. It looks like we can't answer. Like I'm not going to answer because I don't have to. No, I got you. You don't have to. No, you don't. But if you're going to make the public claim, you should expect someone to give you some scrutiny. That's how scholarship works. You don't have scholarship without scrutiny. That's not how it works. That's not how it works, man. And if you're expecting that, you're going to have a bad day. Like peer review is the name of the game, fam. So this is what I noticed between me and Abu is we don't agree on everything. But the one thing we do agree on is methodology, fam. So I can hold the UA accountable based upon methodology. And you know what? Abu will stick with it. He'll be like, no, he got a point there. More got a point there. I respect it. That's integrity. Oh, no, well, he won't do a video calling out faithful to God. No, fam. Y'all really don't understand that conversation that you think you're having. Yeah, I jumped in that one, fam. So Dante Tiles were all like, I'm asking you both specifically. Take a big step back on that one. Let's talk behind closed doors and really figure out how to have that conversation because it's not being had properly. And at this juncture, people are mischaracterizing positions and or overcomplicating other people's positions. So when that happens, and you see me and Abu agree, just understand, okay, yeah, I might want to take a step back on that one. Because if me and Abu are on two opposite sides of the fence, we shouldn't really be agreeing on too much, right? But if we do agree, like, yeah, that's how you really know you should take a look at that, fam. Because when it comes to methodology, fam, we have really similar concepts, right? Anonymous Hebrew, the same way. The same way. Again, as debaters and other stuff, like, we really have to scrutinize our information and our methodology and whatnot, right? If our methodology is faulty, it becomes fallacious. And for us, like, as debaters, half of what we do is calling out fallacies from the other debater. That's half of what we do. The other half is debate prep. You know what I'm saying? Getting the information right, getting intimate with the information, getting the arguments correct, understanding arguments, all them kind of things. A lot of arguments being made from emotion and not from facts. A lot of people like to speak past what they can prove factually. That's when you get into clout chasing, man, because you want people just to believe you off the say so. Nah, fam. I'm going to try to falsify myself. What I respect about Abu is Abu will falsify himself. What do I mean? So again, Abu is out here saying he doesn't believe there's any actual discernible language on the pews, but has done a very thorough breakdown as to an argument as to why Arabic could be made. And not only that, has contacted scholars who basically have disproven his own position. Not a lot of people are willing to do that and show it when their work is being, again, so check this out. So he showed it when the scholars disproved it, were going against his position. Show me where Kelly, Benaya, and Maury Brown were showing where the scholars were going against their position. In fact, they hid the emails, fam. They hid the emails. Hence, Abu and I, from the outset, the people behind closed doors know I've been asking, say, bro, show that original email, fam. Show the original email from Bunis. I'm not even talking about cats. Bunis right now. Because Bunis said you mischaracterized it. Oh, no, that's because people were harassing him. I was like, show him saying that, fam. Because you literally got emails to Abu saying the opposite. So what am I supposed to believe? Y'all are my lying eyes. What am I supposed to believe? Y'all are my lying eyes. If you're asking me to believe my lying eyes, no, that's going to be a problem, fam. Because here's the reality. If your methods don't stand for scrutiny, don't get emotional, get intellectual, fam. Don't get emotional, get intellectual, fam. That's literally why I started engaging Abu, because I noticed people weren't engaging him on the intellectual arguments. That's not good for our community, fam. I've told my people behind closed doors and in person and on camera, right? I say this consistently. I got a simple game plan, fam. Build a wall and protect it. Build a wall and protect it. I want my people, when they walk, my community, when they walk down the streets, to be safe. To be safe. That comes through either respect or that comes through fear. One of the two. I personally don't care which one I got to use. My people will walk down the street safe. So if you're coming at me respectfully, I'm going to give you respectful conversations back. If you're coming at me crazy trying to attack my people, just understand, fam, you're going to get laid down where I find you, right? Scholastically. Like my interview name, my dialogue name is the Orthodox Moore. Brother Moore. Yo, my debate name, fam? And this is what they gave me. They called me the Moorish assassin, scholastically blasted. Because fam, when I dialogue, it's one thing. It's a whole nother ballgame. When I debate, it's a different switch. It's all about facts. It's all about arguments. I don't care nothing about the emotion you're talking about. And if you bring me emotion, I'm just going to hit you with like, okay, you're appealing to emotion. That's a fallacious argument right off rip. I.e., you cannot deal with the argument. The Moorish assassin mindset is a little bit different than Brother Moore, fam, than the Orthodox. The Orthodox Moore is trying to build. The Moorish assassin is trying to figure out the facts. Good arguments, bad arguments, fam. So as a brother, if I'm coming to you saying, hey, check this out, man. This is an emotional argument, not an intellectual argument, fam. Intellectual argument. Hey, let's slow it down. Understand, I'm coming to you as a brother saying, let's make this better, not worse. Better, not worse. We're going forward, fam. Ah, yes, the Mary Katzmas. Oh no, you can't talk to Abu because Abu is making fun of people and all. Like, fam. You got people like Dante doing like the 12 days of Christmas and whatnot on people, right? Hell, Pete game. You got me doing it. You got me doing this. No Secret Santa scholarship, please. On people like Kevin G. Kevin G was just talking about it on a couple other shows. He was chuckling like I know he saw it, right? And didn't have nothing to say about it. And as a matter of fact, he said, what I'm about to do right here won't be no Secret Santa scholarship, right? Acknowledging that he pulled some off before, right? So we all poke fun a little bit, right? Saying that one side can do it and the other side can't, like that's not even scales, fam. And real talk, understand something, fam. Anybody backing cats and whatnot, right? Like, again, this is not a shot at Sister E because she said she wasn't sure, right? So that means she's not sure. No issue with that. But anybody who's saying that he's emphatically real, and the Georgia professor that was passed off as cats is supposed to be the guy. Fam, y'all deserve to have fun made of y'all. You deserve to have annual holidays being made about Mary Katzmas and whatnot because, a literal fake scholar was made up to prove a point that was indefensible. To prove a point that was scholastically indefensible. That's not how you win the scholastic high ground or the moral high ground. There's literally no scroll in the Bible that says, hey, if you can't prove your point, go make up a fake scholar. If you got that verse, show it to me. My Bible's missing that one, fam. My Bible's missing that one. So, am I going to be out here encouraging the Buddha to do something like this? No. Do I recognize that this is why a lot of people don't like Abu? 100%, yeah. 100%. But at the same point in time, it's why a lot of people don't like Moore either. And why a lot of people don't like Dante on the other side. You feel what I'm saying? So if we're going to give it, we got to be able to take it, yeah? And if we can't take it, we better not give it. We better not give it. That's unequal scales, fam. That's unequal scales. So let's really get into the hoopla of the past couple of days, fam. Sorry for the super, super long intro and all them kind of things there. But we're going to get off into this whole thing here. So in the past couple of days, I put out a video concerning Anonymous Hebrew having gone down to the First African Baptist Church in August of 2019. Now, I had wanted to put this video up a long time ago, right? However, I just got the video. Why did I just get the video? Because Anonymous shot all this stuff on August 3rd of 2019. He went home, and as many people experience in the modern time, the children get a hold of your phone, and the phone does not come back in the same manner in which you gave it up. You know what I'm saying? So the phone got damaged or whatnot, and he had to get new phones, etc., whatnot. And he had a couple of pictures or whatnot, but he wasn't able to get to the video and all other kind of things or whatnot. You know what I'm saying? And so he was working on it, and he was able to get the video. He was able to get the video pictures, I think, off the phone. I don't know if he got all the information, but I don't even got all the pictures, right? I think there's still a couple of pictures of Pews he didn't catch, right? But he sent me what he was able to get just a couple of days ago, right? And so I had a couple of pictures for a long time. I just didn't have the rest of them. You know what I'm saying? I had the cell phone pictures, but I didn't have the video camera pictures or whatnot. Like, so I think he had like 2 cameras or 2 phones or something like that, right? And the video phone pictures are fantastic. And as a matter of fact, like I got to see pictures I had not seen before. And I will break down those. There's 2 pews that I know I didn't see before. At the very least 2 pews. But I'm going to show you all the pews that he sent me, and make that public for the people, so we can at least have some kind of public archive or whatnot. And also, I'm going to show you his tour right quick. But without further ado, I want to break down why this is an issue. Like, so I got attacked for putting this video out by the good doctor, right? And that this video and that this title here is supposed to be some kind of a attack on what they're doing and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? And in reality, this is what I want everyone to know: is that me and Anonymous were involved in this scholastically before Abu ever said anything in the fall of 2019. The summer comes before the fall, right? So in the summer of 2019, me and Anonymous are talking about the pews, dealing with the pews, coming up with theories about the pews, etc., whatnot, right? And slowly working on them. And you see me slowly start to unfold this stuff throughout the year after that. When I'm talking to Benai Israel, when I'm afterwards, etc. So the whole point of this video is to get people to understand, you know what? You could really take Abu out the whole conversation if you wanted to, right? And there's still a conversation about scholarship we need to have in order to understand these pews. What is the scholarship involved? Now, we should be able to have the conversation with Abu involved, because I hate to break it to you, family. If you think you're going to build some kind of kingdom for the Most High, but you can't stand scrutiny from someone like Abu, I mean, it's a house of cards you're trying to build, fam. Like, we were instructed to build our house on rock, not on sand. That's a sandcastle y'all trying to build right there. If you don't want to deal with scrutiny. If Abu's scrutiny is beyond what you can handle, you're building a sandcastle, fam. Just think about that. Just think about that. So real quick, family, let me get off into this. Where am I joining at? There we go. Here is the clip from Anonymous going to the First African Baptist Church in August of 2019.
Now sitting in the second oldest in the church. They date back. They date back to 1859. So if you can use your imagination for a second, these were the pews in the main sanctuary before these pews were installed in 1901. Right? These pews. People still all see these pews. Teenagers usually come up. They don't want to sit with their parents. I wanted to take this time upstairs to say that most people that meet you mistreat as you grow. And I know that's like a big statement. What you have in the process is for instance, we have come to agree to the fact that Black people could not read or write during the slavery.
That's right.
And if they learn, they're like a special case. Right? So when we read something like the narrative of Frederick Douglass, we say it's such a feat for him to be able to write a story. Look at the ceiling of this building. See how it curves towards the middle? If you know anything about acoustics, the sound to reach everybody at about the same time, you curve the walls so they can reach the middle and forward as quickly as possible. But you don't come out of the womb understanding that. You have to be at least educated in architecture to do that. But to be educated, that means you can at least read or Alright, most people will tell you that black people cannot read or write. What proof really exists for that? That it wasn't in English?
Yeah.
Is that enough proof?
No.
Look on the sides of these pews, the way you look.
Teach them, teach them, baby. Teach them.
Look on the sides of these pews, you see those scratches? Those aren't scratches, they're etchings. Etchings are deliberate markings put in wood to last. Right? The same way people etch their initials on a drum to make sure that everybody knows. These etchings are written in language. We're upset with that because it doesn't look like English. And when most people see it, they'll misinterpret it, or they'll write it as something else. They'll say they're just scratches on it. Let's look at this with a more critical lens. What you're seeing is what some people call Hebrew. Some people also see Arabic on these writings.
Yep.
The people that come here during the transatlantic slave trade are at least brought off the western coast of Africa. At least brought off. Not saying this is where they came from. But at least they're brought there. And there are some people that came from that land. You can assume that they have been trading there before they started trading bodies. And if they were trading there before, you can imagine that one of the things they would love to trade were books. People love to hear about other people's travels. Yeah. And you want to write those books in a universal language. And there are a lot of people that follow Abrahamic faiths, that follow reading those religious texts written in Hebrew. Or the same with people that follow Islamic faiths, that follow something that shows them the work of Allah. They'll see it written in Arabic. And so usually formal text would be written in these things because a lot of people were taught to read. If you keep trading those books for a while, people start speaking a little bit of the language. And if you keep trading with people in different languages for a lot of time, you'll see something that happens sometimes in Brooklyn, New York, where the people that don't speak Spanish, they speak Spanish. Mm-hmm. Or in New Orleans, where the people they don't speak French, they speak Creole. Or where in Jamaica they don't speak English, they speak Patois. These people, they combine languages. Why wouldn't it be natural for them to want to combine Hebrew and Arabic? They were trained in it for a while. What you see on these pews is a mixed language, which makes it so hard to translate. I feel like that was your first question.
It is.
Translations are hard to get for a mixed language where people don't speak it.
Not so much the language, but is this what they would have been speaking when they made
this church?
Thank you, sir.
So people in Savannah, people forget Savannah is a port city. A port city is where people are going to be coming in and coming out a lot of times, right? Waterways, this is what they use it for. Imagine that you've been trading with someone from Britain, someone from Portugal, someone from Spain, and someone from China. All that come here to Savannah. If you have workers, you want them to be able to speak those languages. What proof exists that these people couldn't read or write when they're hired at the same ports where you have to be multilingual? Another conversation for another time. It's hot up here, isn't it? See that drum set over there? There's nothing to store about it. There are a set of stairs that I need us to go down for the last part of the tour. I'm going to bring y'all down here because we got a round on this stuff. I know I've given you a lot of information that's up here. Let me bring it back down to the real world. Okay? Yes. When we go back down these stairs, let's grab it with our left hand this time. Your left hand this time. You might fall. And once again, I might laugh. But you're going to walk all the way to where that drum set is and keep going down some more stairs. If you're tired of taking stairs, once you get down here, you can cheat with me and take the elevator down to the bottom floor. And then we're just going to meet in the fellowship hall area, that big area. Take a seat once you get down there.
Hey, real quick, I want to touch on something. So Blacktastic says, I think the church's most recent statement reflects their discoveries. I agree with their findings without controversy, but if anything new is brought out, then I'm open to hear it. And that's an interesting statement because there's I like what he's saying there, right? But on the other hand, there's an aspect of the assumption that there was discoveries and findings. That's an assumption because there's no findings being stated. There's no discoveries being stated. There's no scholarship being stated. It's just a statement. It's just a claim. So, for instance, when the church was claiming that the world was flat, that was just a claim. There was no proof on the thing. You know what I'm saying? So this is where I rock with the boot, right? And I'm gonna point out another comment right quick, right? Yeah, I am our version of a boot. Again, I'm going to be a methodology Nazi all day. All day. All day. Because love him or hate him, Abu has very, very sound methodology. He has scholastic integrity, and you can't take that away from him. I have scholastic integrity, and you can't take that away from me. That's why we are the methodology odd couple. We are not the unholy alliance, man. I am not asking anybody to go out to dinner with the boo or make him a part of the family. A boo's not out there pounding the table, say, yeah, go love more, go make him part of the family, go make it. No. We come together and talk about methodology, right? We went on Branch Channel and said the same thing. We disagree on all kind of stuff, man. But we agree on methodology. So if that bothers you, okay, that's how you know you're making emotional arguments now. We are now going down the path of a clout chaser instead of a kingdom builder. Because a kingdom builder wants to build the wall and defend the wall. And defend the wall. Not make bold claims and then run away from the bold claims when people want to scrutinize the claims. All right. So again, we just heard the tour guide talking about the concept of trade languages and whatnot, right? About them speaking both Hebrew and Arabic and mixing the both together. So I want to play another tour guide. This is the tour guide that that Pastor Kelly's putting out there, right? I believe this is the one. I apologize if it's not, family.
Look on the outside edge of the pews. Look on the outside edge of the pews where you are. You see the different markings alongside the edge of the pews? They represent the different tribes that made up our congregation back then and spoke over 6 different languages among themselves. These were small tribes enslaved by larger tribes and sold to Europeans as they came along the African coast. One of the major languages they spoke back then was that of Aramaic and also too of Hebrew, which means the writings read from bottom to top. Assalamu alaikum. Which means peace be unto you. It's not a Muslim term. It's actually the same greeting which Christ gave into the disciple when he met them in that region.
Yeah, that's what we're dealing with right now. Like, so my man said, Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. That in and of itself is a mixture of Arabic and Hebrew. Putting the A in front of it is definitely from Arabic. He's saying shalom, which is like salam. He's not saying shalom, right? And alaikum is the same in either Arabic or Hebrew. But that's a mixture in and of itself. Even putting just the A in front of it. Assalamu alaikum. That is a mixture of Arabic and Hebrew, which is exactly what the other tour guide said. Exactly. So this either or, Hebrew or Arabic, is a false dichotomy. 100% false dichotomy. And this, shout out to Dante, right? One of his sources. And I even heard Ronald Dalton Jr. talking about this, right? I just didn't know what the source was because he kind of messed up what it was saying, right? Like when Ronald Dalton talked about it, he was talking to Rabbi Harry Rosenberg. I think I got that in here. Yeah. He talked to Rabbi Harry Rosenberg, was talking about, in West Africa amongst the Yoruba, they had a Torah that was in a Moroccan Arabic, Aramaic, and the Yoruba language. And Rabbi Harry Rosenberg was floored because he heard Moroccan Arabic and Torah. He said, "Oh, let me chill out." He said, "Because they had a very strong Torah tradition up that way and towards Spain and whatnot. So let me just chill out right quick, right?" Now, I could never find the reference until Dante brought it out. And he brought it out here. He said the source, Black Jews, the religious challenge, or politics versus religion. Cambridge University, page 235. In southern Nigeria, the natives called Black Jews the strange people on the Imo Yakwaim. They are called the Bani Ephraim, the sons of Ephraim. And I'll say this, in Arabic, they're known as the Banu Ephraim. So they have two names, right? Bani Ephraim or the Banu Ephraim. They claim that their ancestors came from Morocco, and this is supported by Godby, who noted that their language is a mixture of Maghrebian Arabic, not Moroccan Arabic, and this needs to be understood, and I'll get into this further, but Maghrebian Arabic, ancient Hebrew, and local patois. For example, Abu means father, became Yaba. For mother is close to the Hebrew word. These Imo Yoquaim Jews live in the Ondo district and have a copy of the Torah. So they have a mixed language of Maghrebian Arabic, Hebrew, and dealt with it, and patois, and local patois, and dealt with the Torah. That's it, 100% consistent with what the previous Torah guy said, the anonymous Torah guy said. An anonymous Torah guide was studying to be a scholar in West African history. So stuff like this wasn't going to be out of the realm of what he was talking about. So the second tour guide is talking about Assalamu alaikum, but says, well, it's not a Muslim term. And it doesn't, and you know what? He's not necessarily incorrect. It doesn't have to be a Muslim term. When you're mixing two languages together, now it's a trade language term. It's a trade language term. And that's another reason why Arabic becomes so important to understand, because Arabic was the lingua franca of North and West Africa at the time of our enslavement. So expecting a trade language to not have Arabic in it is not really going to be likely. Not really going to be likely. But on top of that, like, so I'm going to play this again later on in the thing, fam, but I want people to get this understanding now. So at one point in time, Pastor Kelly was stipulating in talking about the pews. I want this to be understood in a video where he's talking about the pews with Dante. He acknowledged that the people that came over could read and write Arabic, and it would be foolish for him to say not otherwise. Not all of them, but some of them. And he said the same thing about Hebrew. Acknowledging the same thing that the first tour guide said. And the same thing that this source that Dante brought out said. Same thing. That they would have spoken a mixture of Maghrebian Arabic and Hebrew, and ancient Hebrew, and local patois, etc. And this is in southern Nigeria, fam. Southern Nigeria. Which is why I'm going to bring up the Maghrebian Arabic here in a second afterwards, like, so just so people don't get that misconstrued from Moroccan Arabic all the time, right? I will definitely jump into that in a second, but I want people to hear this from the horse's mouth, right?
Right. So, lastly, just to highlight this real quick, Hebrew inscriptions on a 3,000-year-old jar could redraw borders of ancient Israel. But see, when I look at this, I go even further with this. Why? Because this also will further prove that our ancestors, yeah, some of them wrote Arabic, and I'm not going to say that they didn't know Arabic. That'd be ignorant of me saying that. But I can prove that they were speaking, they were writing and speaking Aramaic, and I can prove this. Some of them understood Hebrew. I'm not going to say all of them, some of them.
So that's in this snippet where he's talking about, again, that's in the conversation where he's talking about the pews, man. That's not like some quote mining. No. All that's in relation. We're saying our ancestors in the whole context of the quote. He's talking about the people who came over on the slave ships and who made those pews in Savannah. And even amongst them, he's saying it would be ignorant of him to say that some of them didn't know how to write Arabic. So going forward, family, these are the pews that Anonymous sent me pictures of. The one on the left is the one that is thought to say La ilaha illallah on it. And I'll tell you straight away, when Anonymous sent me this was one of the first pictures that I saw that I wasn't able to get until just now again, right? Like, so I saw some of these on August 3rd, 2019. There's, again, two of these. The ones in the middle right here, I did not see till a couple of days ago. and they got me wilding out. But I'm going to touch on something right quick. Like, so the one on the left, when Anonymous first showed me that, I told him right off rip, I told him, hold on, let me get my pointer on this piece. Let me get my pointer on this piece. Right off rip, I told my man, I was like, I see a law. Hold on. I told him I saw a law on this portion of the pew. So that looked like a law to me, right? Come to find out, that's the pew that says, that potentially says La ilaha illallah on it, right? What's interesting about that pew is a part of it that has nothing to do with La ilaha illallah, which is this bit over here. Because this bit over here, you find on multiple other pews. Multiple other pews. And it's also markings that Ephraim Isaac stipulated he thought could have been Ge'ez. So I told Anonymous that if I'm seeing that on a bunch of other pews, in terms of this symbol here, then it's potentially a skip code and some other things like that, right? And that we really need to look into that, because like if we're seeing certain letters as a skip code on a bunch of like in between other different pews or whatnot, like that could be something to unlock right there, right? Something that I wasn't able to check out till just a couple of days ago, and it stood right out at me when I saw it, is that these two pews in the middle actually have repetitive. These are not the same pews. These are two different pews. However, what you notice is these symbols at the top, these three symbols at the top, mimic each other on both pews. And what you also see is if you go down towards the bottom, these three symbols, you have this C-shaped looking thing. You have another like a hook looking concept, and then you have like a set of like a snake looking kind of a thing there, right? But when you look at this pew here, you're seeing the same thing and just more clear. You're seeing the same thing, right? And in fact, you're seeing this symbol here repeated multiple times. So it looks like both pews contain characters at the top and bottom that are similar or the same. Here's another set of pews. And when you're looking at this stuff, you're going to notice that not all the writing looks uniform. It looks different. And this is what they kind of tell you. And this is what you figure out during church history, is that a lot of this stuff was made at different times by different people. Different times and different people. But going back further, right? Like, so this on the left could potentially be La ilaha illallah. This doesn't look like any Arabic I've been able to understand, right? It may be, it may not be. It may be a whole nother language. And that's why we need to slow down. And like I've said from the outset, look at every pew case by case, marking by marking, to see what's on there. Because you can't just write off one pew and say, oh, it's all Arabic, because this one here on the left has potential Arabic up into a point, and then it's potentially Ge'ez. Potentially Ge'ez. There's a lot of markings over here that definitely need to get looked at, and you can actually see to where there's some repetitive stuff going on in a lot of the markings or whatnot. So, for instance, I'm going to show you these little hook shapes here, the C shapes here, whatever, or reverse. The markings and the straight lines going down here. This marking this way, etc. You can see these same things down here. So we have what seems to be repetitive marking on this pew as well. So it's not just scratches or like insects eating away. No. This seems intentional, right? This definitely seems intentional, and not only intentional, but repetitive. So definitely showing some form of intelligence, man. And we owe it to whoever left these markings to find out what these repetitions in the markings mean. Because these repetitions are more than likely some form of language, not just decoration. I mean, let's face it, this is not pretty decoration, fam. This is somebody trying to leave something. Again, like I said, going forward, this isn't just pretty decoration. Like, so for instance, we can see symbols repeating, right? That's not just decoration. We can see those same symbols on other pews, right? Those same symbols. Now, is this all writing? It might be. It might not be. Have no idea. And that's why we got to take every pew case by case. Case by case. These are pictures that Anonymous sent me from his damaged phone, right? Again, we know this pew over here. This is the infamous one, right? The one that I say has actually two, like one ayat and another partial form of ayat from Surah 114. Now that's me saying I believe that. Oh no, but Abu's making the case about Abu's doing a thought experiment and proving his own argument wrong. And he even has Christian apologists saying, you just go ahead and say it's Arabic, fam. And they got good reason to. Because they could even come out with some of the information he's already used. Like, yeah, no, you should based upon that. Because even you recognize that they could have a clumsy calligraphy. And you got people like Sylvia and Diouf saying the same thing, etc. Yeah. But he literally has no reason to, because at this juncture, people are still entertaining nonsense. I mean, at this juncture, I can't even get my own people to take me seriously on this concept. I can't even get my own people to understand, like, you know what? Like what Boubacar Diakite was saying, like, even if that is from the Quran, like, that does not mean that they were Muslims. In West Africa, in the schools or whatnot, if you wanted to learn how to read and write, one, you learned how to read and write Arabic. Two, you learned how to read and write Arabic from writing the Quran. And literally the first thing you're going to learn how to write is Surah 114. Literally, if not the first, one of the first. If not the first. If not the first. And the verse written says God of humanity. If I wanted to, I could literally take you to a verse in the Torah that's real similar, talking about Elohim Enosheh. Very similar. But like Boubacar Diakite said, like, they might not be, they could have been Christians themselves. And there's literally multiple cases of that happening. There's even cases amongst the slaves to where they found someone who was literate in Arabic who they thought was an atheist, they called him a secularist. This is during slavery, fam. During slavery. I even documented this on a previous video where I go over the servants of Allah and that information. It's up on my channel, fam. So just because I'm saying I believe this is Surah 114 and a particular ayat off that joint, that's not saying I believe that a Muslim made that and they were trying to be defiant in writing a Quran verse in the church. No, I'm not saying none of that, fam. I'm saying that we have God of humanity in a Semitic script, in a place where there's a multitude of scripts. Look at these three pews. None of them look the same in terms of what's on them. In terms of types of markings that's on them, right? They're not all the same type of markings. And that's why we really need to slow down. Because you know what? This could have even been made by a Muslim. And so what if it was? It's one panel. Let's say it does say La ilaha illallah on one panel, right? There is no God but Allah, which again would not be something against a lot of concepts coming over from Israelites or whatnot, right? Like, so for instance, right? Black Tastic was talking to me a long time ago and let me know that, you know what, that the concept of the oneness position, right? He didn't see too much of a difference in Islam in their position versus the concept of oneness, right? He said it wasn't exact, but he's like it was similar, right? So understand the concept of saying there is no God but God. Yo, we literally have that in Hebrew, fam. I am God and there is none else. That's all over the Bible, fam. That's not going to be something that's incongruous with somebody being a Christian but knowing Arabic, having come from West Africa, or being an Israelite knowing Arabic coming from West Africa. Even Abu brought that out, right? Being real about it. Like, you know what? This isn't going to be something that's going to be controversial to somebody who's a Christian believer but knows that verse of the Quran. It wouldn't be controversial. So we really need to keep that. Let's say that these two pews, that this one here has La ilaha illallah and the other one does have Ilahun Nas on it, right? Okay, set those aside. Because 50-50, they were made by Muslims, then they weren't. Let's say that they weren't. Cool. Let's say that they were. Cool. Let's go look at the rest of the pews one by one and see what's on them. Because like I told you here, this ain't Arabic. No Arabic I've been able to figure out yet. I've been trying to, fam. Know that. I've been trying to. Like with this pew, it was instantaneous. I was like, yeah, no, my G. I'm looking at a law at the bottom of the pew, bro. I was like, I'm looking at a law, bro. And you know what? There's been people like Amir Jamal Touré and other Gullah activists that were saying, yeah, we believe that La ilaha illallah is on the pews as well. And then it eventually got verified by Bukar Diakite in his perspective, right? Who's also saying it didn't have to be made by a Muslim. So let's really slow this down, particularly if all the sources we're talking about, the previous tour guide, the source that the Dante came out, and even Pastor Kelly himself saying it would be foolish of him to say that some of the ancestors came over here not knowing how to write Arabic. It would be ignorant of him to say such, right? So he said the same thing about ones that knew Hebrew. So we're all saying the same thing now, right? That they came over knowing multiple Semitic languages and had to figure out how to converse with each other, right? And make languages like the Gullah language. And they made Patois languages, etc. So they knew how to blend stuff, right? So this whole either or, it has to be either one or the other. That's not scholastic, fam. You're trying to pigeonhole the thing. That's not scholastic. So going forward. So this is info from one of the first presentations I did on this, right? Where again, you can see these are the cell phone pictures that I got, right? These are the earliest pictures I got from Anonymous, right? The ones that I've had from it, right? Again, you can see this is August 3rd, 2019. August 3rd, 2019. That's Anonymous's hand pointing at the pews right there. It's Anonymous's hands pointing at the pews right there. The pews have been a back burner project of ours since August of 2019, when our good brother Anonymous Hebrew went to the First African Baptist Church to do his own field research on the matter. Anonymous has a BA in religion and is literate in Hebrew. One more time, he has a bachelor's in religion and is literate in Hebrew. His tour guide spoke of Hebrew, Arabic, and a mixture of both. He also spoke of a concept of a trade language. After much discussion, we came to the conclusion that if there were any written languages on the pews, that most likely there would be more than one language and possibly a trade language, potentially representing many different tribal fingerprints. These are also pictures from Anonymous' cell phone. You know what I'm saying? We did not take the position that Solatero would likely be on the pews due to time and proximity, like I was talking beforehand, fam. Again, I don't find it amongst my mother's people. It's really hard pressed for me to think I'm going to find it amongst my father's people, right? Having coming over on the slave ships. And let's be clear, fam, that's not the case being made. But Naya and them are not saying, and Pastor Kelly are not saying that they came off the slave ships speaking Solatero or reading, writing Solatero with that, right? That's not what they're saying. They're saying that some free Negroes who came from who were rocking with Portuguese Jews, etc., who came from Brazil, etc., that they brought Solatero to the slaves or to the free slaves, etc., in Savannah, in that church. So again, This is what got me about at one point in time when they were going to when there was this whole beef with Issachar and whatnot, right? I didn't know who Issachar was from anybody. I went to I found out about him from this whole Pews beef that they were having and whatnot, right? So I go listen to what Issachar's saying. I'm like, bro, you saying the same thing Benaiah's saying. Issachar saying, well, I don't believe they came over from West Africa knowing Hebrew like that. Being able to be literate in Hebrew like that. Well, I'm like, bro, like you're saying the same thing Benaiah is saying, because Benaiah is saying the same. Like he's not saying that they came over from West Africa, knowing Sola Trail. He's saying that they came over from a Brazilian colony with some other Sephardic Jews and whatnot, being free Negroes at that. So, which makes it, which we really got to unpack that in themselves, because now we're talking about time periods, right? So, for instance, am I saying it's impossible for there to be any so-called originally black Jews that knew Sola Trail coming into the Americas, etc.? I'm not saying that's impossible, right? I'm saying, in fact, I was having a conversation earlier where I was saying that no. I'm saying that the people who were like Israelites and practicing Jews, etc., that they went into the slave trade first, early, right? We're talking in the 1500s, 1600s, right? By the time we get to the people who are getting taken to South Carolina and Georgia and whatnot, we're far, far removed from that time period, right? Far, far removed. So at that time period, I'm not saying all, right? But the majority of people you're going to find that are free black emigrating to America and whatnot. Well, first of all, let me just say it like this, right? As long story short, if they're immigrating to America and are literate in Sola Trail at that time, we're talking about the 1800s at this juncture, right? Most likely they were people who were owned by Sephardic Jews who were converted to Judaism, right? Now, a lot of people is going to be like, oh, see, you agreeing with the slave master. No, I'm saying pay attention to the time, but I'm saying not all, but most. Hear what I'm saying? We're talking about the 1800s now at this juncture, right? That's a different time period than the 1600s. So 1600s, we got the Spaniards and the Portuguese running a lot of stuff, right? 1800s, now we got a lot of other countries involved. We got the Dutch, the English, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The French, it's a different ball game, fam. It's a different ball game. And all that needs to be understood because they're competing with each other. And it becomes they're taking people from different parts of Africa for different reasons. So for instance, right, we know for a fact that the Gullah people themselves and the Geechee, they trace themselves back to Sierra Leone, right? Did people come from other places? Yeah. But they say that the base of their culture comes from Sierra Leone. And they say that's because they came from the rice coast and they were brought over to specifically grow rice. And people were literally targeting people from the rice coast to grow rice in South Carolina and Georgia. That's just what it was. South Carolina became the rice producer of the game, fam. They got paid off of rice in South Carolina. And they got their own type of rice. So rice production was huge in that part of West Africa. Not to say that it wasn't in others, but it was huge there. So when you're targeting people from that area, their culture is going to come with them. Their language is going to come with them. Their practice will come with them. And we can see where Sola Trail was not in West Africa like that. We don't see it in Timbuktu. We don't see it in Sao Tome. We don't see it in Principe. We don't see it again. We don't see it in West Africa. Period, fam. We don't see it in Nigeria, Sierra Leone, Guinea, Benin. None of that, fam. But check this out. However, we do take the position that the Hebrew language may potentially be found written in block letter or some other form of cursive. Again, Sola Trail is not the only form of cursive Hebrew. Literally, there could be a West African form of cursive on that joint. Cursive Hebrew, you hear me say, yeah? Literally could be. But we would have to really, really look at it. So, for instance, right, if I compare Sola Trail in the Ashkenazi cursive Hebrew, right? Oh my God, they look night and day different. They don't even look like they could be related, right? So, a West African cursive Hebrew could look completely different and we wouldn't even know, fam. And we wouldn't even know. That's why we got to slow this thing down. Really slow this thing down. But again, we do take the position that Hebrew language may potentially be found written in block letter or some other form of cursive, or even in the Arabic script. Even in the Arabic script, like Al-Hamiyado, etc., right? We do take the position that Semitic scripts like Ge'ez are likely on the pews due to Ethiopian motifs within the church and the East African involvement in the slave trade. So again, fam, we want to be clear. Cursive Hebrew does not equate to sola trail. Just like it's a false dichotomy to say Hebrew or Arabic. No. It's false to say that cursive Hebrew is like all cursive Hebrew is sola trail. No, that's not how it works. That's not how it works. We also take the position that if Hebrew is not found on the pews, there would be no impact on any Hebrew or Israelite identity claims being made by early members of the church. It is clear people were self-identifying as Israel, whether literally or figuratively. That you cannot take that away from the people in that church no matter what. That is in their church records. That just is what it is. So again, like Abu keeps saying, Abu, Anonymous, and I all agree on this. This needs to be fully understood because Abu says it and no one hears it. But I'm saying, me and Anonymous are saying the same thing, and this is what's happening. This is why I got to say stuff, right? Because it just so happens because we have similar methodology, we end up saying the same thing. But no one can take me serious because Abu's saying it too. That's ridiculous, fam. Get out your feelings, man. Get out your feelings, fam. Because here's the reality, fam. We were saying this before Abu was saying it. We were doing it behind closed doors because we didn't even know there was a public thing about the pews like this, fam. If we did, trust me, we'd have made it front burn in 2019. But we saw what it was in the fall. We're like, okay. Some stuff was happening with man Anonymous and his family. He had to go take care of the kids for some real serious health issues or whatnot. I was like, I got this, man. Don't even worry about it. So I started putting out stuff on it. Now he can catch up with me. He can do other stuff. Now we can move, right? So now we're going to start dealing with some stuff. 2022, fam. It's Israelite integrity year, fam. It's the year of Israelite integrity, 2022, fam. And what does that mean? That means when we're wrong, we'll fess up to it too, and we'll own up to it too. And we got no problem taking correction. But you better walk us out through the scrolls and whatnot. Don't come at us with, I feel like you should, because no. Show me what it is. Show me the wrong I caused. Show me what I should have did. And I will apologize and do the right thing from then on. But 2022 will be the year of Israelite accountability, fam. And integrity, fam. Check this out. To date, symbols of the Bakongo people, Amharic and Ge'ez, possible Hebrew letters, and the Ajami Arabic script have been identified within the church, possibly, right? There could be more languages found with more research. We owe it to our ancestors to find out what they left. One pew at a time, one marking at a time, with clear methodology and work shown. Now, I want y'all to think about that Bakongo symbol right there, right? I want you to think about that because I'm going to bring that up in a second. I want you to think about the guys too, because I'm going to bring that up in a second, right? This is a position I take on the pews, right? That I'm not even able to talk about right now because there's so much hullabaloo about, oh, no, we can't talk about the pews and whatnot. That's people's family history, and people are getting emotional and triggered. No. I can't even have a good scholastic conversation about this stuff right now, right? But if I could have a scholastic conversation, I could talk to you about the findings I had based upon some stuff that Anonymous was leading me towards, right? I take the position that there is a case to make for a Hebrew cough or a series of coughs in either some form of block Hebrew or Judeo-Arabic, right? Anonymous identified many potential coughs in 2019. He told me they was all over the place, right? So I'm gonna keep it a buck, yeah? This was not amongst the pews that Anonymous sent me. I didn't see this one till later, but when I saw it, it jumped out at me. because of what he told me. And it jumped out again because of something Ephraim Isaac said. But I'll touch on that in a second. What's more important is that this may potentially be some form of Judeo-Bantu or some form of West African Judeo-Arabic, fam. One more time. It may potentially be some form of Judeo-Bantu or some form of West African Judeo-Arabic, neither of which are known to exist at the moment, fam. And it's very possible that they do, and I'll show you why. But I also want to say this. This is probably one of the clearest situations where you're going to see a block letter cough, right? And I was shocked and dismayed when instead of even potentially looking at it for that reason, it immediately got ruled into. My man Pastor Kelly said, no, it's insipidity. It's insipidity. It's a Nigerian script. And could it be? Yeah, it very well could be. But methodologically, there was nobody that proved that out. So to say it definitively is bad methods, fam. So I would have been cool if he said it's possibly insipidity. And you know what? It's possibly block letter Hebrew, because it opens it up to now I can look into both and it's not an issue. But now if one says it's insipidity and, hey, I want to go check out this potential Judeo-Bantu or West African Judeo-Arabic concept. Oh, no, you're attacking me because you don't agree. No, fam. I got my own mind and I'm looking at this with my own mind and my own eyes, coming up with my own ideas from the Most High. And here's another reason why it becomes important. Hold on, let me run through this. Yeah. So being that there are multiple reports of Israelite migrations into Central and West Africa, it follows that it is very possible that these Israelites could have developed some form of Judeo-Bantu, as Bantu languages dominate the region. It's only logical, right? I mean, check this out, fam. So this is how we have it in history. There are multiple historical examples of Judeo-Aramaic, Judeo-Arabic, Judeo-Persian, Judeo-Tajik, Judeo-Marathi, Judeo-Malayalam, Malayalam. There we go. Two scripts from India, fam. Judeo-Berber, Judeo-Spanish, the Ladino, right? Judeo-Italian, Judeo-Germanic, that you know is Yiddish, yeah? Judeo-Tat. So if we got all these, why not Judeo-Bantu if Israelites migrated into Bantu language-speaking areas? It doesn't make sense that we wouldn't look into this, fam. Particularly, hey, please go look at the second episode of Reclaiming the Throne. They literally do a beautiful job of looking at Bantu words that come from Hebrew, right? Fantastic job. I love that part, right? Because it made me think of this right here when I heard it, right? And I already have this on the back burner. You know what I'm saying? Hold on. And I'm going to say it like this. This is a photo of a 16th century letter found in Timbuktu, Mali, written in Hebrew. This is from a PBS documentary in 2003, before the manuscript was destroyed in 2013 by jihadists. So we know that Hebrew was there in that part of Africa, right? Now, this is 16th century, right? So this is probably coming from the people who got expelled from Spain, etc. Eventually became traders in Timbuktu, etc. So I'll even say this. This looks like cursive. So is it Solatreo? Is it whatever they were doing in Mali? I don't know, fam. I don't know. But I do know that between the source Dante came out with and this, I know that Hebrew was in West Africa at some point. And I know that there were Semitic speaking people that came over from like the Himyarite kingdom, etc. That were Jewish and whatnot. That came over to West Africa. Were there for 1,000 years almost 1,000 years before they went Muslim, right? 14 generations they said before they went Muslim, right? I know that when you talk to Cohen Hamadisha, they say that some form of Hebrew or maybe even Aramaic is their secret language, is their priestly language that they use in secret. So even with them, let's say it's a later migration from Yemen or Ethiopia coming to West Africa. Well, maybe they still might have rudimentary Hebrew or Aramaic language as their basic priestly language or as their secret language or whatnot. You know what I'm saying? All this becomes very plausible, which is why, again, plausible. I'm not saying it's a fact, which means we need to slow down and see if there's fire here, fam. I'm seeing a little bit of smoke. Might be some fire. And look at Judeo-Arabic, right? There are multiple examples of this. You have Judeo-Iraqi, Judeo-Baghdadi, Judeo-Syrian, Judeo-Yemeni, Judeo-Tunisian, Judeo-Tripolitanian, Judeo-Moroccan, right? And look at the last three. We're all in North Africa right there. And the one above that is in Yemen, right? So we know from North Africa and Yemen, there's migrations coming into West Africa with multiple instances of Maghrebi Arabic. Again, Maghrebi Arabic is not just Moroccan Arabic. Maghrebi Arabic is everything from North Africa to Mauritania, like Timbuktu, etc., and even West Africa, right? But here's what's interesting, family. So we see that there's Judeo-Tunisian, Judeo-Libyan, basically, Judeo-Moroccan. It stands to reason that the Hassaniya Arabic of Mali, Hassaniya, like once you get below Mauritania, you get into Hassaniya Arabic. From Mauritania down to Nigeria, they speak Hassaniya Arabic, right? That came over. That's part of this east-west migration, right? It's literally named after a particular tribe of people, the Banu Hassan, that came over, right? It's part of this east-west migration, this Arabic here, and it stops at southern Morocco. So when you go south, that source that Dante brought out, right? From the people in southern Nigeria that they said they spoke a mixture of Maghrebian Arabic, not Moroccan, Maghrebian Arabic, which Hassaniya is part of Maghrebian Arabic, Hebrew, and Patois. So it totally stands to reason that if there's Judeo-Arabic and all these other forms, that you potentially could find a Judeo-Hassaniya Arabic. Again, all this needs to be investigated, family. But we can't do it right now because the pews are a triggering conversation and people need a safe space. There is no such thing as a scholastic safe space, family. One more time. There is no such thing as a scholastic safe space. This is Judeo-Arabic from Cairo. So again, we see it in North Africa, and we know that there were migrations. We see it in Yemen, and we know that the migrations made it to West Africa. So it only stands to reason that we go check this type of stuff out, fam. It only stands to reason. And again, this is why it becomes really important, because in the documentary that Ephraim Isaac was part of, dealing with the Pews, he gave cultural context to this whole thing, right? And he gave cultural context to a repetitive prayer based upon single letters and whatnot. This particular pew that I'm looking at, with this potential series of coughs on it, may be an example of such a prayer. It may be an example of such a prayer. And why does that become insignificant? I want you to think about this from the slave perspective, yeah? I want you to think about what I'm about to show you from the perspective of a slave in a church doing a repetitive prayer. So we all know, like in Psalms 119, we got the alphabet in that chapter based upon the fact that you got a certain section of words that would start with verses that would start with one letter, right? Start with the olive, start with the bet, etc., right? So every section is sectioned off, right? This is the Kaf section, family. And I want y'all to hear this. This is the Kaf section of Psalms 119, right? My soul fainteth for thy salvation, but I hope in thy word. Mine eyes fail for thy word, saying, when wilt thou comfort me? For I am become like a bottle in the smoke, yet do I not forget thy statutes. How many are the days of thy servant? When wilt thou execute judgment on them that persecute me? The proud have digged pits for me, which are not after thy law. All thy commandments are faithful. They persecute me wrongfully. Help thou me, they had almost consumed me upon earth, but I forsook not thy precepts. Quicken me after thy loving kindness, so shall I keep the testimony of thy mouth. Think about that from the perspective of a slave, right? So Ephraim Isaac just gave us a cultural context from East Africa, right? Again, he's Ethiopian and Yemenite Jewish. From East Africa, Yemen, he's giving his perspective, right? And potentially this migration made it to either Central and West Africa, or even came through the East African slave trade and made it to like South Carolina, Georgia, whatnot, right? We still got 500,000 people coming from the eastern part of Africa into the transatlantic slave trade. You know what I'm saying? So this cultural context could be another way that we see Hebrew in Aramaic, etc., coming or Ge'ez, etc., coming into the conscience of people in South Carolina, Georgia, etc., and the Gullah people, etc., right? So we have even Isaac giving you this concept of the single letter prayer and defending themselves against the demon and whatnot, right? And we're in a church, fam, in America, where these people are surrounded by Catholics and Western Christians and all the people that enslaved them. How many are the days of thy servant? When wilt thou execute judgment on them that persecute me? The proud have digged pits for me, which are not after thy law. So we're talking about, like, again, a lot of man stealing was going on, right? We already know man stealing is against the law. And they were claiming to be Christians doing it. So this particular repetition can make sense. Am I saying it's definite? No. But is it very possible? Yeah. Particularly given the cultural context that Ephraim Isaac gave us. And we really need to slow down and look at that, fam. We really need to slow down and look at that. But real quick, I want to play Dr. Isaac. This is what he had to say about the whole thing, fam.
The use of alphabetic symbols in magic is very well known, it's very ancient. In Ethiopia, for instance, already in the 4th and 5th centuries, they were using decorative letters, not directly in terms of symbolic 3 or 4 words, letters, but in terms of a geometric figure. A lot of them, early magic, what we call abracadabra. They are not complete words, but they are letters. There is one prayer that is I mean, they use just a few of those words, and sometimes it's maybe just like ha 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 la 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 ba 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 ga 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 ga. This is, of course, the way of enticing the demon and defeat them.
Yeah, that's Ephraim Isaac saying that, fam. Which is why I gotta slow down and look at this. Because he's a serious scholar with a lot of info and a lot of knowledge, particularly about that part of the world from East Africa and Yemen, right? I gotta take that into account. Which is why we gotta slow this thing down. Going further. I personally do believe there is some form of West African or even an original American form of Arabic. I want to say that again because I didn't say something small right there, right? I personally do believe there is some form of West African or even, now pay attention to this part, an original American form of Arabic. So like I keep saying, we need to identify what form of Arabic is on there, if it is, right? And what tribe it came from, because that's the whole point about these languages, family. They're tribal fingerprints. So if I can find out what kind of Arabic, like that, is that Yoruba? Is that Mandinka? Is that Fulani? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Because they all didn't write it the same way. But what's interesting, family, is what needs to be considered is if there was a potential trade language, and we did have multiple people that knew different types of Arabic from West Africa, they may have amalgamated them into making one form of Arabic that would have become a solely new, original American form. Now, that's purely speculative, but it's worth investigating because it's possible. Because I can tell you right now, this pew right here looks very similar to a lot of different scripts I've seen, but it doesn't look the same to any of them. It doesn't look the same to any of them. Doesn't look the same, but looks very similar. So if it is some form, let's say these two pews here are an American-made form from the slaves, an American-made form of Arabic. That's a big deal, fam, because that's showing extremely high level of literacy. Making trade languages, combining languages, that's an extremely high level of literacy, fam. That's not just literate, that's really literate from a lot of different areas. And if they did something like that, where let's say that, like, again, where it's potentially Judeo-Bantu, that needs to be understood, because that's a big issue. That's a big find right there. Let's say it is an American form of Arabic. That's a big find right there, fam. And which, again, does not mean that it has to be Islamic at all. Again, but I do take that these are passages you can find in the Quran, which does, again, which let's say I was learning how to write in West Africa, I would learn to write them from the Quran. So them being verses from the Quran doesn't mean that they have to be Muslims, man. But yeah, I do believe Surah 114, Ayah 3 is on one pew. I also believe there is no God but Allah on another pew. But I also believe there's Ge'ez right next to it. Again, this does not, however, this does not negate the possibility of Hebrew being on any other pews, just because I believe that these pews contain Arabic. Again, this one here I'm saying contains Arabic and Ge'ez. Nor is that a claim of the members being Muslims, like I keep pointing out, as Boubacar Diakite rightly pointed out in the PBS documentary. Now, this is where I stepped into it on the Sola Trail side, right? Again, like I said, I reached out to Brian Kirschen, PhD, Binghamton University, New York, you know what I'm saying? Brian Kirschen holds a joint title in the Department of Romance Languages and Linguistics program. He is affiliated faculty of the Translation Research and Instruction program in the Department of Judaic Studies. Dr. Kirschen is a sociolinguist. And I want you to keep that one in your brains, fam. I'm going to bring that name up again. Sociolinguist, specializing in the Spanish language. He has published on Judeo-Spanish, Ladino, and the use of Spanish in the United States. So very, very, this seems like a proper person to reach out to. I'll just say it like that, right? So I emailed him. But before I go to the email, check, this is his education, right? These are his research interests: sociolinguistics, contact linguistics, language variation, documentary linguistics, language ideologies, Sephardic studies, and the bottom one, El Hamiado texts. Again, those are the Latin texts, including Ladino, written in Arabic. So this is what I emailed him. And I don't put the picture here because, like, if y'all want to see the email, I'll definitely show you the email. But I put it here because it's clear to put with the pictures or whatnot, right? Because it doesn't work all together. But if you want to see the email, I definitely got it for you, fam. I say, Shalom, Dr. Kirschen. My name is Tavon Swinell. My mother descends from a pocket of Sephardic Jews recently found in New Mexico. I have to apologize to my mother because she would hate it if I said Sephardic Jews. She does not like that term in particular. She prefers to identify as Maghrebi, as North African. But for sake of argument, I tell people we're Sephardic Maghrebis because that's how a lot of people know it right now, right? And when I say Maghrebi, a lot of people don't even know what that is. So when I'm talking to people who I don't think will know what that is, I just strictly use Sephardic, right? But my apologies to my mother because she's right now probably somewhere kicking up a storm saying, we're not Sephardic, we're Maghrebi. And she is 100% right. We are Maghrebi. Our people came from North Africa first, by way of Spain and Mexico. However, this is how it is. They're recently found in New Mexico and southern Colorado. Since finding out about our heritage, we have done a lot of study concerning our history, language, and culture. Recently in that research, some friends and acquaintances made me aware of a set of potential carvings made on some wooden pews that may be in the Sola Trail script. From what I understand, the building was historically located in an area that had a population of Sephardic Jews in the late 1700s and early 1800s. I have attached two photos. One which is a picture of the wood panel on the side of the pew. The second is a photo with highlighted portions of the panel that are believed to contain solatreo. In your opinion, is there any solatreo on this panel? And if so, can you make it out? Thank you for your time and any clarity you are able to provide. So again, sent him a picture of the blank pew. And then this is handwritten transliteration that Dr. Kelly, the good Dr. Kelly came up with. And so this was the reply from Brian Kirshen. Hi, Taiwan. Thanks for your email. I've received other inquiries about this same set of pews, and I'm going to definitely touch on that probably tomorrow, right? But again, I've received other inquiries about this same set of pews. The symbol prior to and after the word in yellow appears more similar to the Arabic alphabet than the Hebrew-based cursive variety, solatreo. Now, that's important to note because he is familiar with Arabic as he studies al-Hamiado texts. Again, Latin texts written in Arabic. Based on the portion outlined in yellow, if I were to try and make something out of it, it would be the name Ariel. Now, pay attention, though. The letters do not exactly conform to solatreo, and the historical context certainly leaves important room for discussion and consideration as well. Best, Brian. So there was no confirmation of the Yisrael concept, right? Now, Ariel sounded real close in a sense, where like you got the L at the end, right? And I even looked at this, and I was even wondering, is it possible that you have both scripts on the same pew written on top of each other in terms of a code language, right? And maybe Ariel is like a name for like Israel or Jerusalem, in the sense where like in the Underground Railroad, you had places you were trying to go, right? And they would give you biblical names and when I try to go there. So I was trying to work that out of my head and whatnot, right? And I even told Pastor Kelly, like, you know what, Pastor Kelly, that this right here made it to where I wasn't gonna 100% rule out solatreo, because this guy didn't. He didn't confirm it in any way, shape, or form, but he was like, let me play with it. Let me see if I can try to make something out, right? And he came out with Ariel, right? Now, at the very least, he's confirming, or not confirming, but he's saying he at least sees the EL, right? The L that was in the Israel that Pastor Kelly was talking about, right? I got no issue with that. So I'm looking at this and like, you know what? I got to slow down, because there could be L written in solatreo, right? Or it could be another form of cursive Hebrew, and it could say something else. Or it could not be anything in cursive Hebrew, and it could all just be Arabic. Or it could be, like I said, two languages written on top of each other as a code, which would be crazy if you think about it, right? Which is like, and when you think about like stuff like the Underground Railroad, you really got to start thinking about them kind of things. Like, is that possible? Is that possible? And again, Abu had to admit this when talking to me in Anonymous. Like he does not think about those cultural aspects of things when dealing with the pews. And so he rightly has to take a step back on that. And he admits it's like, you know, I didn't think about that. I didn't think about that. When talking about aspects of the slave trade having to do with the Underground Railroad and whatnot, right? And this is one of them I had to concede. Like, you know what? I'm not going to outrightly say that there's no solatreo on the pews. I'm going to stop and say it's possible, but not likely. And that's how you get down as a skeptic, man. I could have looked at this and hand waved the whole thing. Like, oh, see, this is definite proof, because the guy said the letters do not exactly conform to solatreo and just left it right there. I could have done like other people do and just show you a portion of the email, right? Just highlight this bit here. Like, oh, see, it does not conform to solatreo. No. I'm showing you the whole thing, fam. And saying, you know what? He doesn't even say that the solatreo, but for the mere fact he didn't dismiss it out of hand, made me slow down. But I still don't think it's likely that you're going to find solatreo on there. But, you know, if it's proven, I will eat them words. It's just got to be proven, like any other claim. Like any other claim. I also reached out to Bashir Mundi, right? An instructor of record at the same University of Georgia as the supposed Mr. Katz. This very real man reached out to me, or reached back to me, replied after I emailed him. But this is why I got at him, right? He's a a master student instructor of record in the Department of Religion at the University of Georgia. And 14 years ago, Bashir Mundi traveled to Sapelo Island and made a documentary about the people and the culture there, including interviewing Cornelia Walker Bailey, a late well-known activist for the Gullah people and their culture. I found that documentary fascinating, and I showed portions of it on my channel. Again, tomorrow I'm going to be doing a marathon about all the stuff I've done covering the pews. It's the full marathon, family. It's going to be daggone here all day long because it's been hours of footage, right? But some of that footage is this man's documentary going to Sapelo Island, documenting the blend of culture between Christianity, Islam, and African traditions. And in fact, Cornelia Walker Bailey ends up talking about the Islamic traditions the Muslim traditions that they still have there, and that got infused in the totality of the culture thereof, but don't necessarily get recognized as being Muslim. They're part of the culture. She claimed it as being Muslim though, because she was saying no, she's a descendant of Bilal Muhammad, and she was breaking down that history. And what's interesting about that is when you get into it, fam. This is actually a really good email to read. Like I would pause this and get into it. You know what I'm saying? If you're interested, because basically he says he starts talking about wanting to go back to Sapelo and do another one. You know what I'm saying, but oh no, this is my email to him. Excuse me, my fault. Yeah, this is my email to him. Peace and blessings, Ramadan Mubarak. My name is Tavon Swainell, and I recently came across your documentary about Sapelo Island. First and foremost, I would like to say thank you for your labor in documenting the culture and people of Sapelo Island. That will be a treasure for the generations to come. Second, I would like to know if you have any time to be interviewed on YouTube concerning Islamic aspects of the culture that you were able to witness or were told about. Third, are you or do you know of someone proficient in the different uses of the Ajami script among the different peoples of West Africa? I ask because the First African Baptist Church in Savannah has some carvings in its pews that may contain some form of West African Arabic. Some have postulated that some of the markings may be the third ayat of Surat al-Nas, being that there were multiple peoples there from tribes that had access to the Arabic script, such as the Fulani, Hausa, Yoruba, etc. I'm extremely interested in identifying the potential tribal origins if in fact the markings are Arabic. Attached is a picture of the pew with the markings and also a picture with the portion thought to be from the Quran highlighted. Thank you very much for your time and labors in the field. And thank you for any clarity you can bring to my inquiries. Most gratefully, Taiwan. So he responds and lets me know, Assalamu alaikum. I was very pleased to receive your email. Thank you for taking time to watch the documentary concerning the Ajami. The view that it is the third ayat of Surat al-Nas may be correct, but I would like to share the images with some friends with better eyes for these kind of things. I don't mind being interviewed, but I'd rather after Ramadan, inshallah, if that's okay. In fact, I would love to visit Sapelo Island again after 14 years. I wonder how the community is doing. I learned there's been a lot of development by investors who are buying up the lands, the descendants. Quite distressing. Peace, Bashir. And I'm definitely going to start touching on that more. And this is why this is why you're going to hear me start talking about the clout chasers versus the kingdom builders, right? Because the kingdom builders aren't talking about this part here, about the land development to where the Gullah people are getting their land taken away from agreements that they have set up for the descendants of the land or whatnot, right? Their land is being taken away out from underneath them. And the clout chasers ain't saying nothing about that. They're trying to come up off the Gullah concept, off the Gullah culture, but they're not being true to it. How do I know they're not being true to it? One, they're beefing with the actual Gullah activists in Georgia who are also part of the conversation about the pews. Because they're the ones talking about, again, Amir Jamal Toure, and I'll show it here in a second, was the one talking about, hey, there could, like he was saying, La ilaha illallah in the pews, right? That wasn't coming from some Confederate group or something. No, that was coming from actual Gullah and Geechee people, fam. And that needs to be understood. Because of Mr. Bashir, whatever, I grabbed this book here. God, Dr. Buzzard, and the Bodo Man, right? A Saltwater Geechee talks about life on Sapelo Island, Georgia. This is Cornelia Walker Bailey's book. This book is eye-opening, fam, because she breaks down big aspects of their culture and aspects that are fascinating in terms of how you would correlate it to potentially being people, some of them being from Israelite backgrounds. But if you miss it, fam, you're going to think it's all Islamic stuff. If you miss it, if you don't really pay attention, you're going to think it's all Islamic stuff, right? Now, I'm really going to break this one down because she has a lot of beautiful passages in this book that really help people understand things. But I got to get into the Gullah culture for that one, right? And I can't even do that on this video because this video is all about, let's slow it down and not make it just Hebrew and Arabic. I would love to talk about this right now, but y'all wouldn't even catch it. Because we got to slow this thing down first. This would go over your head right now. I would love to give this to y'all, but we got to slow this thing down right now. So I can't even give this to y'all right now. Just know I got the clip ready though. You know what I'm saying? This is also like, so I talked to you about a couple of scholars I reach out to. Now, I'm gonna talk to you about some of my own scholarship, right? So I interviewed Benaiah Israel on Debate Talk for You and re-aired it on my channel, etc. Of which you can go see the interview. And on the interview, which I'm gonna do a whole show reviewing at one point, he breaks down the fact that he did a study on, him and some other people studied Africanisms in the Gullah dialect by Lorenzo Del Turner, and that they found that, well, he comes on my show and says 27 or 28 words were found to be in Arabic, and then in the documentary that came out, Reclaiming the Throne, they said, I believe 34 words were found to be in Arabic. And he said when he was talking about the book on my interview that there was over 4,000 Gullah words in that Lorenzo Del Turner went, the A that he studied Arabic would be that he went and cataloged and categorized the different languages, found 21 different languages that made up the Gullah language, right? That went into it, right? And did his best to organize out different what the different languages were that contributed different words and whatnot. So there's a huge word list that with identifiers on as to where they think the words come from with their definitions. So Benaiah asks the crowd like to go double check his work because he might have missed something, right? And literally, I'm already buying the book. I'm literally, I hear about the book I never heard about before, right? So I'm literally like, I'm in Amazon buying that thing right now during the interview. You know what I'm saying? I get the book back. I go through the book, and I get a completely different perspective than what Benaiah is talking about. Completely different perspective. And I try to contact him about the whole thing. But right now, let's get into this part. So I want to make this clear because I'm going to bring this up in a little bit towards the end of this presentation, right? Chapter 3, West African Words in Gullah, gives a breakdown of the abbreviations of what's in front of each word in terms of like and its definition, so you know where it comes from. Like, so AR is the abbreviation for Arabic, right? So when it tells you this in the book on page 43, it gives you a note. The note is note number 13. When you go to the back of the book, it tells you that note number 13, corresponding to this, says no attempt has been made to specify every word of Arabic derivation. No attempt has been made to specify every word of Arabic derivation. Now, this is important to understand, family, because in the documentary I'm talking about, it's stipulated that the work that Benaiah was talking about, in terms of like, oh yeah, only so many words of Arabic were found, like 34 or 27 or 28. They give a finite number in that documentary, and it's very similar to the number that Benaiah gives. And Benaiah says like less than 1% of all the Gullah words were Arabic. So we know that they weren't speaking Arabic, etc. And in the documentary, it says that the doc, i.e. Dr. Lorenzo Del Turner, did a detailed study and found that less than 1% of the words in Gullah went back to Arabic. Now, nowhere in the book does he do a detailed study of the Arabic to find out how much of it's there. In fact, he literally tells you in the book, no attempt has been made to specify every word of Arabic derivation. So, right off rip, I start going into it, fam. And I literally have this breakdown on another video I will be showing, where I go into I literally document every word and give the page number. I come up with I believe 47 words that are directly listed as AR Arabic. Directly listed. Hold on, let me just do it like this because I got it here, fam. Let me do it like this, right? First and foremost, right? They list the different tribes in Gullah, right? That come through, right? Or that contribute to the Gullah language, right? And so these are some of the tribes that are on that list. All of these tribes that are here are tribes that are said to have contributed at least one Arabic word to Gullah. All the tribes on the left, the Bambara, the Fon, Fulani, Hausa, Mende, Mandinka, Mandingo, Vai, Wolof, Yoruba, all of them contributed at least one word of Arabic to the Gullah language. Right? Now, the ones with the asterisk next to them, right? They were known to have the Arabic script hot and heavy. I found 45 Arabic words in total. I found 111 Islamic words so far. And when I say Islamic words, family, they literally have the word Muhammadan in the definition, letting you know that they're part of Islamic practices and whatnot, right? Talking about Prophet Muhammad, his wives, or feasts, or whatever. Again, literally 100 days of the week in Arabic, etc. I literally found 111 Islamic words in West Africa, in the Gullah language, right? And list them out word by word and give the page number and reference to it. I'm not going to do all that here. I've already done that on another video. I'm going to go over this again because I didn't go over half of my presentation for it. So I'm going to give the full presentation real soon. But here's what I found. Out of the 4,000 Gullah words, 4,000 plus Gullah words, 2,200 plus words of Gullah came from these 10 tribes here. Over 55% of the language came from tribes that were from West Africa, that were around Arabic and around very literate Muslims and whatnot, right? Very high level of literacy and whatnot. Over half of the Gullah words come from tribes that were around Muslims or around Arabic as the lingua franca, as the lingua franca, excuse me. In comparison, for instance, when Pastor Kelly tried to say there was insipidity on the pews, right? Which very well could be there, right? In comparison, there's 47 words from 3 tribes, the Efik, Ibibio, and the Igbo, that could have contributed insipidity. Out of the 21 tribe list, 3 of those tribes contributed words that equaled 47 words. So if insipidity is possible in the pews, and again, there's not 47 words of insipidity. Insipidity is just the script, right? But 3 tribes that used insipidity came over, and we know that they came over, right? The Efik, the Ibibio, and the Igbo, right? And we know that they contributed 47 words in total to the Gullah language, and maybe even a little bit more, right? But I did this one real meticulous when it was time to find out who the people who contribute insipidity were. Like, I got real meticulous to find them 47, man. And if there's more, I'm asking, double check the thing, see if there's more than 47, right? Now, in terms of people that came from Angola and Congo, 900 words came from 5 different tribes. And this is roughly 900 words, right? 5 different tribes about 900 words, right? So this concept of, oh, we didn't come from Muslim West Africa, that doesn't make sense. Or part of Africa where Arabic was the lingua franca, that doesn't make sense. Over twice as many tribes came from a part of Africa that was known to be literate in Arabic than came from Angola and Congo. Twice as many tribes. And gave twice as many words. Again, the 10 tribes that contributed Arabic, 45 words in Arabic, that's 1.125% of the language, right? Now, I found 111 Islamic words. 111. But just 100 out of 4,000. That's 2.5%. I found 2,200 Gullah words that came from these same people, these same 10 tribes. That's 55% of the language, fam. Again, 5 tribes from Angola and Congo, right? They brought 900 words, right? That's 22.5% of the language. And again, 3 tribes that contributed that could have contributed insipidity. Could have. They wrote 47 words. That's almost the exact same amount that Lorenzo Dal Turner said was Arabic. And there's more of it, more Arabic than what he saw. And he told you he didn't do an analysis to see how many words derive from Arabic. He told you that. So if he's telling you that, how's Benaya's information getting pushed off as if it is Lorenzo Dal Turner's information? Yo, that's super fraudulent, fam. That's reverse plagiarism. You're trying to make me think that the work you did came from a scholar. And you're making me pay for it in a documentary, fam. And again, I'm asking you, go rent the documentary. Go rent it and see if I'm telling the truth. I got no beef with the documentary. I got beef with people adding fraudulent information to a documentary. And I'm saying Benaya, I'm saying Pastor Kelly, and I'm saying Morey Brown willfully put fraudulent information into that documentary. Because again, nowhere in Lorenzo Dal Turner's book does it say that he did an analysis and came up with these numbers. And again, on the interview I did with Benaya, he says that he went through it and came up with the numbers. So again, which one is the liar? Benaya on my channel, or the documentary saying that it was Lorenzo Dal Turner who came up with those numbers and said that there was less than 1% of Arabic in the Gullah language? Y'all let me know. Because I got people telling me, you know what? Abu's a liar. You shouldn't deal with Abu because he's a liar. All right, cool. Y'all break down Benaya. Y'all break down Pastor Kelly. And y'all break down Morey Brown to me, fam. Because Mr. Katz, we know is a fabrication. Kelly's out here saying in the same documentary that all have concluded that there's cursive Hebrew on the pews. And there's not been one solitary scholar anywhere who has confirmed any cursive Hebrew of any type on any pew. That is a definitive lie. And then we got, again, Morey Brown talking about bringing out another secret scholar, Professor Yosef from Morocco, and says that they pass him off as an Arabic linguist. And he's a sociolinguist and says so himself and breaks it down. So I got 2 people giving me secret scholars, and I got another person trying to impersonate another scholar. I directly contacted Benaya about this multiple times. He said he would come on to talk. But after the documentary came out, or is about to come out, or in between the PBS documentary and their documentary coming out. Nope. Matter of fact, the same day, April 23rd, I'll say like the April 23rd was the last day I talked to either Benaya or Pastor Kelly. It's been ghost ever since, man. And both of them were supposed to come on and left me hanging about a date of when they could come on. And what's interesting was the last thing I sent both of them, I'm going to do it like this. The last thing I sent both of them was a copy of the video I did where I contacted this man. And ironically, this same man says this to me. Hi, Tavon. Thanks for your email. I've received other inquiries about this same set of pews. Ironically, I stopped getting any feedback from either Benaya or from Kelly. Because I just so happened to contact somebody who's already been contacted before. Doesn't that seem curious? And he's not confirming Solotreo, but he's not denying it, right? But he's definitely not, but he says it look like, here's the cool part. He says the same thing that Bunis said. His first reaction was, My first reaction was I see some Arabic there. Bunis said the same thing. So now we got two scholars on Sola Trail saying that they don't. One says he doesn't think it's Sola Trail. The other one says the letters do not exactly conform to Sola Trail. And they both said, well, when I first looked at it, I thought I saw some Arabic, fam. Bunis said the same thing, fam. So both Sola Trail scholars that were consulted, that emails are being shown of, are saying the same thing. And neither one are ruling out Arabic like that. Neither one. On top of that, this is some other like again, this isn't me, right? I didn't do this part of the scholarship, right? But I did do I did do some work for y'all, right? So, and trying to break down why it would be likely or why it wouldn't be a stretch to see Arabic on the pews, no matter in what language. Again, Arabic script, no matter in what language. I consulted Servants of Allah, which is a book been on my shelf for a long time. And I cracked it back off my shelf. I got it back off my shelf because I heard, shout out to Abu. Abu put out a video with Amir Jamal Torre. You know what? I'll play it right now. That's what I'll do. I'm going to play that one right now. Give me 2 seconds, man. Abu played a portion of a video that had me stuck because I had never seen it before. But what got me stuck in it is that Amir Jamal Torre says something about a passage in a book that I own that I had never read the way he said it, right? And so he starts talking about this person in Georgia named London, a Gullah slave who wrote the Gospel of John in the Gullah dialect. In the Arabic script. So yeah, y'all check this out right quick. Hold on.
What does Master Jihad, First African Baptist Church, literary works from the 19th centuries, and Honorable Mount True have in common? They all have some languages, a language that plays a role with regards to us and our culture and our history. I tell folks this often: African-American Christians tend to fight against traditions that come from Africa that are not tied to Christianity, that are part of your foundation. When we talk about the Black church has many traditions that are not tied to Christianity, or the origin's not tied to Christianity. It got melded into Christianity, so it becomes a part of it. And Master Jihad, First African Baptist Church, have something in common. What do they deal with? Arabic. Master Jihad is the oldest Muslim community in this area. And also, it deals with Arabic, just like at First African Baptist Church, because some of the people who were members of First African were Muslims in Africa, African Muslims, who now come over here. And these are the people that intimately know about Jesus. Yes, Jesus is important in Al-Islam. So Jesus is a part of their story. So when they come over from Africa, they come with that knowledge with them. And they now go to places like First African, or just in the city of Savannah in general, or in this area in coastal Georgia, where they now are writing in Arabic in the 1800s, and not just 1800s, in the 1700s. Jamal, what are you saying? I'm saying not just about Arabic, but I'm saying other African languages were spoken right here in Savannah, Georgia, in coastal Georgia. In fact, Africans, your ancestors, people who are listening and looking right now, your ancestors in some cases spoke 7 languages right here. Up until the 1900s, French was spoken in Savannah, Spanish, Portuguese, German, Arabic, and other African languages, all spoken in the 1900s. And also, Rabbi Mount True, that means speaking Gullah. That means speaking Gullah. Because Gullah is our language, African language created right here. So this is all tied to Master Jihad, the Gullah language, because the first person to write the Gullah language is not in Charleston, South Carolina, not in Georgetown, South Carolina, not on St. Helena, not in Beaufort, but in Savannah, Georgia. His name is London. He's an African held in captivity. Oh, I said literary works. Guess what? London is known to have written the Gospel of John in Arabic in the 1800s in the Gullah language. So he didn't write it in English, he wrote it in the Gullah language, that African language. He is the first person to write the Gullah language. So you don't know your story like that, but that's why we want to share it with you so you not have a full understanding. So the Gullah language, the first time it's ever written down is, again, not in Jacksonville, Florida, not in St. Augustine, Florida, not in Brunswick, Georgia, but in Savannah, Georgia, by an African by the name of London. And he's writing in Arabic. In addition, London takes it to another level. London also is writing gospel hymns in Arabic. I'll repeat, he's writing gospel hymns in Arabic. So again, here's somebody who's an African Muslim in Africa, but now when he comes over here and brought into the U.S., now become a Christian because, again, they understand that's a part of their fabric. They don't have any hatred, any dislike. So African-American Christians, I'd say to you, you can't be fighting apart about this story right here. Do not fight the Crusades. That's not your story because you are all one people. Everyone understood the power of God and the importance of the messiahs and the prophets of God and the angels of God. So yes, First African Baptist Church on the sides of the pews up there, you can see where pews are written, where they say, La ilaha illallah, which is there is no God but God, on the sides of the pews in First African Baptist Church. It's not Hebrew, it is Arabic. Because see, again, when you don't know your story, you don't want to accept the fact that there were African Muslims that were brought over here who make up some of the members of your family tree. Your DNA, when you do your DNA research, you're not even understanding that it's African Muslims who make up a part of that. So London is writing in Arabic, but then let's go down to Sapelo. People like to talk about Sapelo Island. And there's a man on Sapelo Island who will write a work too. The Risala, which is a West African legal text. His name is Bilali Muhammad. So Bilali Muhammad and people from Sapelo, many of them like to pride themselves being descendants of Bilali. So I say to you, you must go ahead and let people understand there's nothing wrong with you having that Muslim family member on your family tree. That's part of your foundation, that best of the best. Also, on St. Simon's Island, you have Salih bin Ali, who also is conversant in Arabic in the 1800s, right here in coastal Georgia. But let's go up the road to a place called Charleston, South Carolina. This man his name is Omar ibn Said. Omar ibn Said wrote in Arabic in the 1800s the Lord's Prayer. He told them it was the Lord's Prayer in Arabic in the 1800s. But when it's translated in the 1900s, they said, oh no, this is Al-Fatiha. This is the opening to the Quran. He wrote that in the 1800s and was a part of a church called, or I should say, part of a group of people affiliated with a church called Emmanuel Amy Church. Mother Emmanuel Amy Church. Yes, Omar ibn Said. Again, once over here, he is now Christian and he will now become a part of the fabric of the society right here. Omar ibn Said also is one of the members of the Denmark BC conspiracy that did not get lynched, did not get executed. All right, he survived it. They didn't know fully about his role in that with Gullah Jack in Denmark BC. But the story of Omar ibn Said doesn't end there. Again, we're talking about works that go back to the 1800s, excuse me. Omar ibn Said will write what is called one of the slave narratives. That is right about his own life, like Alado Equiano, Inicio Sancho. All of them wrote books about their lives in the 1800s and the 1700s. And one book that is written that is unique is written by Omar ibn Said. Omar ibn Said will have his book written about his life, his autobiography written about his life. And guess what? It was written in Arabic. So some scholars are going to say the only slave narrative to be written in Arabic was written by a man by the name of Omar ibn Said. Yes, it's part of your history. So when people talk about Africans not having civilization, guess what? If you have some understanding, if you have writing, that means you have civilization. So again, that's why I tell people, when you're not going to cut off the branches of your family tree that tied to people who profess al-Islam, you cut off a part of your story with regard to the strength of your story with regard to your humanity. Tell folks, you got to open up. You got to understand. You got to understand other cultures and languages. Do not follow people who are ignorant, who don't understand that. That's why we are weakened. But when you have the power, you cannot show the connection. And those of us who are Gullah Geechee, the ring shout. You know the ring shout tradition when we go around counterclockwise. That came from the African Muslims. because they could do everything except go to Hajj. So this tradition right here is our story. And that's why I said we need to understand it, because it shows our civilization, our connection to God, our power, and show how we're all one people. Don't let somebody separate us. And so that's the beauty of this right here. That again, there's a connection between all of us. The Gullah language right here in Savannah, Georgia, tied to Arabic. The Gullah language is connecting people right here throughout the coastal areas of Georgia, South Carolina, and Northern Florida. Our power, our story. And also understanding when we write in Arabic right here in Savannah, Georgia, we authenticate and verify African civilization in your face. Let's go to Jamaica. In Jamaica, Africans wrote in Arabic in Jamaica. What do they do when they write in Arabic? They're keeping the books for the plantation owners in Jamaica. So essentially, they're serving as accountants with regards to that in Jamaica in the 1600s and 1700s. Also, let's go to another place called Brazil. In Brazil, when they went to have their rebellions, they wrote in Arabic also because the Portuguese didn't know it. And they could then go and fight. And there's a man by the name of Francisco Menendez, who was in a place called Fort Mose, which is the first free place for Black folks in this country, or in North America, as we know. Fort Mose, down outside St. Augustine, he spoke 7 languages. And one language he spoke was Arabic. So yes, but he will become Catholic there at Fort Mose and become one of the leaders. Know your story, know your greatness.
So he's talking about Christians and Muslims, etc., using Arabic for gospel hymns in the Gospel of John, and also the Risala or a Risala, an Islamic text on how to practice Islam. That's a vast use of the Arabic script. So what does that mean? That means that we got to understand that writing English does not make us British. It means that we use English as our lingua franca. Writing Arabic doesn't make you a Muslim. It means that you use it as your lingua franca. So we really need to understand that. But going back to my Ting fam. Going back to the Ting fam. 3 hours deep. I appreciate y'all for hanging in there. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm definitely doing a long one right now. So again, Servants of Allah by Sylvia Diouf. She's French Senegalese. She is a PhD historian. You can read that right there and get off into it. I'm going to skip through this for sake of time. But she has a lot of wonderful books that I pray y'all go check out about the diaspora and whatnot. Fantastic stuff. Fantastic stuff. In the 4th chapter of Servants of Allah, it deals with the literacy of Arabic amongst the slaves from page 159 to 209. In this chapter, there is over 24 examples of first-time slaves and recaptured slaves from Mandingo, Hausa, Fulani, and Yoruba descent writing manuscripts, letters, and petitions using Arabic script and language, with examples of African and Creole languages also being written in a West African Arabic script. One more time, with examples of African languages and Creole languages also being written in a West African Arabic script, excuse me. These writings being produced in Brazil, Panama, Trinidad, Jamaica, the Bahamas, and the U.S., i.e. in Georgia, North Carolina, Maryland, and Mississippi. Now, I did a video where I literally go over at least 24 of the instances I'm talking about, right? But just in brief, I'm going to give you a small synopsis. And again, this is how I get in. I give you the page numbers and all that, where all this thing's at, right? Like this, right? I want y'all to hear this from page 160 and 162, where she's getting the beginning of this whole thing, right? In page 160, paragraph 2, she speaks on the literacy rate was high in Muslim Islamic Africa, right? High. The literacy rate was high. And this is where people were getting snatched from, right? Page 162, paragraph 1. Please pay attention to this. Some Muslims could write perfect Arabic as well as Hausa, Wolof, or Mandingo. Others possess only a few rudiments of the written word and a clumsy calligraphy. A clumsy calligraphy, i.e., it did not follow all of the linguistic codes that regular calligraphy would follow. That is going to become relevant real soon, fam. But also, page 163, you see Salih al-Ali, like my man talked about, from Mali, a Fulani from Mali. He could read Arabic. Omar ibn Said. And I'm going to do a full video just on him alone, because he was singled out in the Reclaiming the Throne documentary, and they got all his information wrong. They had him coming from the wrong part of Africa, living in the wrong part of America, doing the wrong things. They even claimed that he was in Georgia and had something, and that the PBS documentary claimed that he had something to do with the Pews, and they said nothing of the sort. They didn't even get my man's name right. Didn't even get my man's name right. So this, like, again, I'm not beefing with the documentary. Understand that, right? There's 3 parts to the thing. I'm talking about reviewing the parts that Maury Brown, Benai Israel, and Kelly Richardson did, based upon this stuff here. Because again, when it comes to Omar ibn Said, Benai reached out to me before this whole thing. Like, again, he was pushing off doing the interview, and in one of the push-offs, he was saying, "Yeah, we got info on Omar coming out." I was like, "Oh, word!" I was looking forward to it, and then I got the cold shoulder, and now I saw the information, and I see what time it is, because I'm mad meticulous about the thing, and I would have caught that. I definitely would have hit him up like, "Hey, there needs to be something done about that. Y'all need to change that." And the sad part was, if they would have hit me up beforehand, I could let them know, "Hey, you could change that before you put out the documentary, fam. Before you put out the documentary." At this juncture, I'm hoping they put out another one where they can actually correct a lot of information. Put even more money in their pockets, entertain the people fantastically, but put out correct information. Because the videos looked fantastic. It was just some of the info that wasn't correct, right? In terms of what Benai and them were saying, right? It was visually fantastic, but a lot of stuff couldn't be. You couldn't stand on it. I couldn't stand on Omar ibn Said being from Mali when he's from Senegal. I couldn't stand on him being in Georgia when he's in North Carolina. I can't stand on that, fam. Etc. 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 Again, we have Bilali Muhammad, again from Sierra Leone. 3 Fulani from 3 different spots in West Africa, right? Literate. They're all in the Low Country. Salih Bilali's right there. Bilali Muhammad's right there. Sapelo. And again, in Savannah, page 180, we have London, a Mandingo, writing the Gospel of John in Creole with West African Arabic, or excuse me, with Arabic script, excuse me. And so this is what Amir Jamal Torre's video just got me to understand. I was like, oh, snap, because it says Creole in the book. It doesn't say Gullah language. It says Creole. Well, you recognize, oh, homie, you're in Savannah. That's Gullah. Oh, snap. And you know what? It's being written. It's being found out about in 1844 by Europeans. It's being found out about in 1844. This is before the church gets built. This is when they're still in the wooden in the wooden aspect of things, right? This is before the actual church building gets built. So it's it needs to be very understood that before the church building gets built, there is literally Arabic being found amongst the Gullah in Savannah, right? In the Gospel of John, in the Gullah dialect, in the Arabic script, and also gospel hymns in the Arabic script prior to the building of the church in Savannah. Prior to it. On top of that, we see another instance on page 197 where Mahmoudou Aishatu wrote a petition in Arabic script and in Creole and in African languages, including Fulani, etc. Or Pular, excuse me, which is basically Fulani. Also, we see a multitude of situations to where people are being found with Islamic manuscripts on how to practice Islam and having a multitude of surahs written within them. And amongst them, which was frequently found, was Surah 114. Surah 114. And you can see here where also Surah 110 is written here. Omar ibn Said wrote Surah 110. And I want y'all to hear me. I'm about to do a cold comparison to Omar Ibn Said and them pews, fam. A cold comparison, because he literally, there's a word in Surah 110 that is literally the same word as in Surah 114. So I can actually go check his writings against the pews and see if there's any similarities to actually literally the word El Nas, right? Mankind, humanity, right? There's almost an equivalent word in Surah 110, meaning the people. Al-Nasai. Same razm, same word, almost the same. Close enough for you to be able to do a comparison. But this is just a small taste of that chapter. I did a breakdown of the whole thing, fam. And you can see it all tomorrow. So that's the information I put out at whatnot, right? I want to talk about Abu's position right quick. So Abu does not, I repeat, does not take the position that Arabic is on the pews. Why am I going through all the trouble of explaining what Abu believes and what he doesn't? Because I would want someone to do the same for me. We complain all the time that the UA or other people mischaracterize us and do this and get our arguments wrong, and they don't want to get our facts straight. Well, if we want them to, we definitely got to do it to them as well, right? We got to give them charitable understandings of their arguments. We got to do it back, fam. We got to reap what we sow on this, fam. So if I'm going to complain about someone mischaracterizing my argument, I can't go around mischaracterizing other people's arguments, man. It's just how that's how it works. So in fairness, Abu does not take the position that Arabic is on the pews. He takes the position. He does not believe that there is any discernible language on the pews. Now, please hear this. He also does not deny the possibility of Hebrew being on the pews. He even acknowledges possible Hebrew and Arabic script if Arabic is found on the pews. I can't say that enough. Abu is not on a crusade against Hebrew on the pews. If anything, if you want to question his motives, it would seem as if he was on a crusade to do one of two things, right? Like if he's doing what he's saying he's doing, he's just on a crusade for methodology. If you think he has an ulterior motive, it would almost seem like he was just trying to prove that Kelly couldn't read the pews, which he kept stating over and over and over again, that he couldn't read the pews, that he had no idea what they say, and then started coming up with all kind of stuff out of nowhere that no one would back. Like for instance, the Yisrael concept, right? Abu came out and said that's an ahistorical spelling of the word Israel, like Israel. You won't see that anywhere. I haven't seen that anywhere, right? And then Kelly came out and said in a post that got deleted, oh yeah, no, you can see people using Israel, but it never came out and showed where. If he would have came out and showed where, I would have been forced to back that concept, particularly, or forced to give it some credence, particularly because I contacted a person in Dr. Kirsch and whatnot, breaking down there potentially being Ariel in Sola Treo, if he was going to force himself to read something in letters that didn't conform to Sola Treo, etc. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I got stuck on that one, fam. I got stuck on that one. He's not on a crusade against Hebrew on the pews, and check this out. This needs to be understood for real. Abu has made it 100% clear that his interest in the pew is purely linguistic. Now, again, like I said, even if he's trying to prove that Kelly can't read the stuff, that's a linguistic argument. Does that make him an unsavory actor for some people? Yeah, it sure does. Why are you trying to go disprove somebody because they don't know something? Well, hey, you go ask Abu. I'll tell you right now. My issue with Kelly is that he's screaming from the mountaintops that he's right about something there's no proof of. And he's screaming from the mountaintops, you're wrong. And don't challenge me. Blah, blah. Nah, fam. You don't get to say don't challenge me, but then get to claim people are wrong about stuff. And then get to claim people are got agendas. And then claim people are got the spirit of the slave catcher. Whatever. No, fam, you're doing too much. Don't get emotional, get intellectual, fam. If someone challenges your arguments, don't get emotional, get intellectual, fam. Because they might be right. You might have overlooked something. You might have had confirmation bias. You might have had confirmation bias. Like to the point where you made up a fake scholar. That's a ridiculous. You're willing to create a confirmation bias. That's craziness. Oh no, that was just Majors. No, fam. I talked to Kelly too. No, fam. Benaiah came out and co-signed the whole thing and said, no, your boy's real. Your boy's real. Your boy's in Georgia, etc. That's your man. It's over with. Done. Go give Kelly and them an apology. And then Kelly came through and didn't say, no, don't do that, fam. We don't know if that's no. But now he came out and said, we've had this information from day one about who this guy was. We just wanted to sit on this and protect him. But now I'm showing you who he is. So that's the end of the story. Cats is real. No, fam. That ain't Cats. That ain't Cats. I went and looked at that dude's information myself. I went and looked at his thesis and whatnot that didn't have a single word about Hebrew in it. Talking about the Gothic language. Bro, are you kidding me? You bringing a high school teacher who doesn't even do stuff in Hebrew? You're bringing a high school English teacher from a Hebrew school. A high school English teacher, bro. And trying to say he's some top level guy from Israel. Man, if y'all don't stop. So because Abu's talking about that and pointing that out, oh, we can't take that of his information. No, he's a Jesuit, this, then the third. No, he's a Muslim Jesuit. Oh, no. Nah, fam. Stop it. He has also made it clear that his concern is one of the demonstrated methodology, i.e. show me the characters, fam. That's all Abu cares about. If you're going to say a language is on the people, show me the characters, which is a legit concept. A legit method. It's very scholastic. But people say, well, I don't want to answer your questions because you're a boo. Cool. Throw a boo to the side. I'm asking the same questions, and I'm an Israelite. Now, why aren't you answering my question? Well, I don't want to sit down with you because you were talking to a boo. I was talking to you first. I was talking to you first. Well, you've offended me. How? What did I say that offended you? Where? And when did you let me know I offended you? When did you come at me like I came at you behind closed doors like, oh, bro, that offended me. You shouldn't do that. We should do it like this. No, that's not how it happened. That's not how it happened. It was all good until y'all got caught up with the PBS documentary. Then you got into damage control mode, clout chasing instead of kingdom building. Clout chasing instead of kingdom building. And started lying on scholars and whatnot and making them up. And then put it in a documentary and charge the people for it. Charge the people for it. Now, again, I'm not putting that on the people who made the documentary. They don't know your information is bunk, fam. They're trusting y'all. They're trusting, like a lot of your viewers, they're trusting y'all. But what they don't know about you is that you don't like your information scrutinized by anybody. Doesn't matter if you're a boo, doesn't matter if you're an Israelite. By anybody. Scrutinizing my information is offensive. Okay. Just understand that there's no way your information can be scholastic then, because it cannot stand scrutiny. It cannot. And if your arguments can't stand up to scrutiny, don't get emotional, fam. Just get intellectual, B. That's all it is, fam. Abu is literally wearing egg on his face right now. And y'all don't even see it. And he says it himself. And y'all don't even see it because y'all are stuck on this whole like, oh, he's trying to prove Arabic. No, he's not. And that is why he's wearing egg on his face. And he's telling you that he is. And he's telling you that he is, fam. Because Arabic is a discernible language. And like he said, Hebrew can be written in Arabic. Hebrew can be written in Arabic. But instead of, and this is the cold part, fam, I literally hit up Kelly right after my interview with the Boo, and I say, check this out. A Boo had to check certain things as being real or being viable. It's time to like just go ahead and seed that one pew to Boo, so we can all say there's discernible language on that joint and go talk about all the other Semitic stuff you're saying that you have, but again, have yet to show the people. I was begging my G, let's go deal with the East African stuff and the potential Ethiopic connections and motifs in the church, i.e. the windows, i.e. the potential Ge'ez and whatnot, etc., and even more things. You know what I'm saying? But instead of recognizing, no, Abu is wearing egg on his face, and he's saying so, we can actually turn this into a real conversation now. Not that Abu was keeping it from being a real conversation, not dealing with the scholarship was, even if you don't trust his method or his motives. A good question from someone with evil motives is still a good question. I don't care, fam. Oh, you're trying to cozy up to the enemy. Why is he your enemy, fam? If Abu is your enemy, you're looking at this thing all wrong. You're looking at this thing all wrong. Abu is one man on the internet who you don't even know how he looks, fam. Asking questions. Your movement can't stand an invisible person asking questions? If your movement can't stand an invisible person asking questions, I'm here to tell you, you're just playing an elaborate game of dress up. And you're not kingdom building, fam. The Most High can't do nothing with what you're building right there. Because you're building on sand and not stone, fam. I keep saying it all day. If you got the nerve to raise your hand and say that you're an Israelite, just understand you are volunteering for the hardest job in the world. That is to be the Most Highest representative of his ways on earth, a living, breathing representative of these ways being unfolded. Nowhere in our scrolls does it say manufacture scholars because you're getting beat on arguments that are above your pay grade. Nowhere does it say that. Nowhere does it say, again, one more time, manufacture scholars because you're getting beaten on arguments that are above your pay grade. No, we come from people who ran up to Egyptian magicians and said, throw down your staff. I'm going to throw down mine. Let's see what time it is, fam. Let's see which snake gobbles up whose. That's who we come from. We come from people who say, you know what, my G, bring out all your priests of Baal, my G. And we're gonna have a priest stool right now. We're gonna see which God shows up, your God or mine. Those are the people we come from, fam. Not I'm too offended to answer your question. Because, bruh, it got nothing to do with the people asking the question. It got everything to do with the people watching you not answer. Hence, I keep saying I build the wall with one hand and I protect it with the other. I don't ever gotta like a Buddha answer his questions, or to make sure that if he's asking a good question, it goes answered and not unanswered. But I will tell you this: I have a lot of professional respect for Abu. I find him to be honest, courteous, and has never, not one time, brought out a secret scholar on nobody. And will defend. Check this out. What reason does Abu have to defend me or Yehukanan or Dante or all of us when it comes to us not being thrown in hell because we call ourselves Israel? What does he get out of that? Because his community pushes back on him for that, right? Just like mine pushes back on me for saying, you know what? Abu has a good question. His methodology is sound. You might not like him, but you got to deal with that. You got to deal with the methods, whatnot. We're both catching the same heat. Like I said, are we going out to dinner anytime soon? No. But at the same point in time, we both have a lot of professional respect for each other because we both respect each other's methodology, fam. And I respect the Boo for even coming out on camera and saying he got egg on his face. I respect that. Because literally everyone else won't say that right now. Everyone else is doubling down on their bad habits right now. Doubling down on the clout chasing. Doubling down on the personal self-idolatry, fam. I'm saying this right now. If you're teaching your leaders to, or if you're teaching your parishioners to be followers, you're doing them a disservice. You're doing them a disservice. You should be teaching them to think freely enough to scrutinize your own information. That's how you stay accountable. That's how you stay accountable. If you can't take any kind of scrutiny, fam, you got no business driving the car. None. Because you could be going the wrong way, and everyone can tell you going the wrong way, but you don't want to hear it. You don't want to hear it. So this is the real big issue, right? This is the issue, not a boo. This is the issue, not a boo. Not me. This is the issue. Because PBS actually contacted another set of scholars, right? They were dealing with historians from Sapelo. They were dealing with Bubakar from Harvard, etc. And they came out with a different narrative than what Benaiah and Kelly and Maury Brown were painting. Now, people are going to take PBS real serious. Oh, something got to be done about this. And right off rip, oh, wow, Moore wants to have another conversation right now. Amidst all this, oh, no, because we won't be able to avoid questions about this. No, you wouldn't. Not at all. Not in any way, shape, or form. And you definitely wouldn't have been able to avoid questions about what happened afterwards. Because afterwards, y'all went and mischaracterized all kind of stuff from this documentary, fam. And it was sad to watch. Because no one said anything. My man could bring out secret scholars all over the place, and it was cool. No one checked anything. Okay. Now, when it came to the cat situation, I came out publicly and told Maury Brown, said, hey, man, if Katz is real, I don't need to see him. I don't need his phone number. I don't need to hear him. I just need to see his scholastic works. That's it. I just need to see his published work. That's all. That's all. And we're good. I won't say nothing about it. Anon said the same thing. If we're expected to die on that hill, we just need a little. All we need is the published works, my G. And we will fight that battle with you, fam. We'll be right there, planting our flag right next to you. But if you don't got it, bruh, hey, that's gonna say a lot. That's gonna say a lot. Hence, we're all wearing a cat egg on our face, so to speak, right? We're all doing that right now. And even people like Sister Issa that pissed her off more than anybody. And she still doesn't even know if he's real or not. And that's the sad thing, right? We're this far into it, right? We're this far later, and Sister E doesn't even know if he's real or not. That's supposed to be your girl. That's supposed to be your girl. I'm not your partner. I can see you giving me the cold shoulder. All right, cool. Not to mention, I ask really hard questions. Really hard questions. Like, Benaiah would have definitely, I would have asked him some really hard questions about that book that he was talking about, right? And I'll show you why. I will definitely show you why. Now, beforehand, it was going to be a chill conversation about, I'm seeing something different than you. What's going on? Now it's, why did you try to pass your work off for Lorenzo Dalturners? That's a dead elder right there. That's an ancestor right there who did all kind of labors that ain't none of y'all doing. Why are you desecrating his work? Why are you trying to take credit for? Why are you trying to have him take credit for your work? Oh no, but I didn't do that. Go rent the 3rd episode of Reclaiming the Thrones. Go rent all of them, $12. Go watch all of them. Tell me it's not there. I'll wait. I will come out and publicly apologize. But no, they're passing off Benaiah's work as if it's Lorenzo Dalturners. They're saying Benaiah confirmed Sola Trail on the pews. Where did Benaiah confirm any scholar talking about Sola Trail on the pews? As a matter of fact, Benaiah said that he was saving up to go get the thing professionally translated and said it's a work in progress, and we never got the translation. We never got it. But the documentary says it was confirmed with no source material. Who confirmed it? You don't know. How? You don't know. And then says Benaiah confirmed that the people at the church were claiming to be Portuguese Jews. That's nowhere, fam. That's nowhere in their records. That's none. And then to go prove the point, went to go, you know what? I'll deal with that on a whole nother point, because I'll deal with that on the day I deal with Omer ibn Said. I'll deal with that then. But this is the issue, fam. This is not a boo, not any kind of thought experiment, but PBS, fam. And why is it a problem? Because Boubacar Diakite, again, he's the preceptor of African language program in the Department of African and African American Studies at Harvard. He is a linguist with specialization in phonetics and phonology of Mande languages. He was born in Mali, West Africa, where he did his undergraduate work in bilingual studies at the University of Bamako. He received his master's in linguistics and African studies from Indiana University. He is currently a doctoral candidate in the same field at Indiana University. He studied Arabic, French, English, and German. In addition, he is a certified and co-speak linguist. Right. This is an instructor. Excuse me. This is a West African, a modern West African script that is loosely based off of West African Arabic. That's a big deal right there. He has also attended the second language acquisition certification certificate program for African language instructors in Madison, Wisconsin. Boubacar has several publications on Bamkan and phonology issues and whatnot, right? So he's a published scholar, right? Cat's not a published scholar. Not published. His other secret scholar that was brought out, Professor Yosef, not published. And I can verify that because your boy found Professor Yosef, right? And it wasn't hard to find him at all. Y'all stay in your backyard heavy, fam. Y'all stay in your backyard heavy, fam. Y'all need to go fishing in different fishing holes and whatnot, fam. You see, the secret scholars, neither one of the secret scholars are published scholars, man. No, neither one of them. And they're speaking on people who have expertise higher than what than the secret scholars have. So they're using like high school English teachers and lecturers of Arabic that have no degrees and such to go speak on topics that are above their pay grades. What does a high school English teacher know about Solotreo? What does a Moroccan sociolinguist know about West African Arabic scripts? On top of that, PBS brought out, again, I'll say this real quick. Like I've been saying this all night, right? But again, in this documentary, Boubacar said that it was an Arabic type of writing and that the people may have been Christian themselves, keeping a religious continuity. William Brown confirmed through producers of the documentary that Boubacar translated "There is no God but Allah" on one of the pews. So in trying to disprove the documentary, because him and Kelly wanted this whole Arabic type of writing thing for the longest, right? It don't mean necessarily Arabic. No. Even my man's secret scholar said Arabic type of writing meant Arabic calligraphy. He assumed it meant Arabic calligraphy. Professor Yosef, William Brown's other secret scholar, said that he thought it was Arabic calligraphy in what he meant in Arabic type of writing. And when he followed up, Maury Brown, and trying to contact the producers of the PBS documentary just to see if there was any translation, they went into their emails and said, yeah, he translated "There is no God but Allah." Just so happens, same thing that Amir Jamal Toure is talking about. Same thing. Now, this guy's from Mali. Muslim from Mali. Specializes in Mende languages with a modern script that's based off of West African Arabic. I'm supposed to overturn that for an English teacher. I'm supposed to overturn that for a secret English teacher at that, and a secret scholar from Morocco, who's not even an Arabic linguist. He's a sociolinguist. This is why the PBS documentary was a problem. This is also another problem. Melissa Cooper. She's a historian, a scholar from Sapelo. She was in the documentary stating how they do descend from Muslims, but they have a blended culture. They're not, she didn't say she was a Muslim. She said, I descend therefrom. I come from, most of us descend from. And that's the truth. There's a lot of people in Georgia that descend from Muslims. Doesn't mean that they are Muslims. And her book goes into part of that, yeah? She touches on a lot of stuff about that. About where they come from, like in terms of like what they're like, what it looks like there, what the breakdown's been like. The people have come to go look at it and check their cultures out, etc., whatnot. The people have come to study them, all that type of stuff. She gives a good breakdown of that. So we got Gullah historians, Geechee historians from Sapelo getting thrown under the bus because she's saying she descends from these people. We got Boubacar Diakite getting thrown under the bus because he has the nerve to say it's an Arabic type of writing, but they might still be Christians. We got people beefing with Amir Jabal Torre like behind closed doors because he's got the nerve to say, no, there's dialect on one of the pews, fam. On one of the pews. Again, he's saying on that pew, it's not Hebrew, it's Arabic. On that pew. And he's telling people, hey, we got to embrace all this because it's our culture still. Particularly if it's particularly when you have Boubacar saying it may not be written by a Muslim, it may be written by a Christian still. That's a lot to understand, fam, and unpack. But people want to close that door. And you're closing your door on your own culture and on the people from West Africa telling you not to close that door. They're telling you, open that door. You might find out more about yourself. And when you do open that door, I'm going to show you how much Israelite stuff is in that room. In that room. In that room, fam. That y'all swear up and down says Islam. No, when you really go up close and personal, it says Israelite, fam. On all of it, no. On some of it, yeah. And where it does stand out, it stands out night and day, fam. And I'll be able to show you direct links with biblical practices at that. At that. I'll show you now. But you'll be here for 7 hours. You're already here for 3. You're here for 4 already. So we got Gullah scholars being thrown under the bus right now. And again, this has become a big issue because I put this out. First African Baptist Church Tour, August 2019, Hebrew, Arabic, and mixed language, right? Since I put this out, this is a problem. This is a problem. What happened? I tagged everyone and their mother in the post, right? And look who my first comment was. This is my first response from Pastor Kelly since April 23rd. Since April 23rd. Please don't tag me in any of your videos and don't include me in any of your discussions. You're entitled to have discussions on the pews as well as other historical history regarding the church in Savannah, but do it without including me in them. First of all, I appreciate you for your permission to have these conversations, bro. You are so gracious. Far too kind. I have never tagged you in any of my posts. I have never mentioned your name in any discussions I've had on any subject, and so please extend the same courtesy. Now this is funny because we've been on panel together, fam. So I respond in kind. No worries. I have no issue not tagging you. However, are you really going to act like you didn't give me your number and ask me to call you? Are you going to act like we haven't had many peaceful conversations on the pews? Are you really going to act like you didn't accept an invitation to come on Debate Talk for You, just like Benaiah did, then backed out because of the PBS documentary? Are you going to act like you didn't say privately and publicly that Arabic could be on the pews, then completely switched up and said privately that you're not going to tell me that a verse from the Quran is in that church? That's a quote. And publicly said there is no Arabic on the pews, which he definitely came out and said afterwards, right? With absolutely no scholarship to explain the change in your stance. Are you going to act like you have in any way backed up your public claims on social media and in documentaries being sold to the people that say, I can say with authority that there is cursive Hebrew on the pews? Again, this is a direct quote. I can say with authority that there is cursive Hebrew on the pews. Or again, this is what he says in the documentary, fam. All have confirmed cursive Hebrew on the pews. And no one has confirmed that, much less Sola Trail. Are you going to keep acting like I didn't privately ask you to not make definitive claims without citations and to focus on the potential Ethiopian connection to the church so we could focus on pointing to a connection to the East African side of the transatlantic slave trade? Are you really going to act like I didn't ask you to just concede the argument of Arabic on the pew, on that one pew, so there could be no argument of any language on any pew, and we could then focus on the many other examples of Semitic languages you said you had, but have never shown? Are you really going to act like you didn't agree to share your images with me and Benaiah so that all three of us could do monthly dialogues on any findings, etc.? And that's at the beginning of the year, family. Are you really going to act like I wasn't 100% interested in trying to find a potential Semitic trade language framed within the 9 patch using the individual letters found on the pews? Are you really going to act like Arabic being on any pew negates the possibility of Hebrew being on the pews, or Hebrew even being written in Arabic? Are you really going to act like you have given an adequate response to the information being made public by Gullah activist Amir Jamal Toure and authors like Sylvian Diouf, who cite London, a Mandingo slave in Savannah, Georgia, that wrote the Gospel of John in Gullah/Creole using the Arabic script in 1844? Are you really going to act like this tour guide in August of 2019 didn't say Hebrew and Arabic and a mixture both were on the pews? Are you really going to act like your cousin didn't contact producers of the PBS documentary and get confirmation that Boubacar Diakite did in fact translate Arabic phrases on the pews? Are you really going to act like you don't know that I think there is Hebrew on the pews and have been trying to get every potential language looked at more carefully for the progeny of the slave trade here in America? I get it, fam. I'm bad for business. But how are all these unchecked declarations good for the people? How was all the gaslighting fair when your scholarship is scrutinized, but you want to act like you can definitively scrutinize work done by others? The sad part is everyone knows what to expect. You won't answer a single question, and you will attempt a very poorly executed, crafty council playbook trying to paint me as some sort of treacherous Muslim in league with the Catholics, excuse me. Peace and blessings. This is his response that he gave later. At the Orthodox Forum, I can say emphatically that I've never expressed privately to you and or to anyone that there is or even a possibility that Arabic writing on the pews, or that there's Arabic writing on the pews and other areas within the church, because it's not. Your lengthy, overreaching, throw everything you can at the wall to see what sticks over the top response clearly is an indicator of your agenda and bruised egos. So this is where he's calling me an anonymous out for having bruised egos and agendas at this portion, right? And this is funny because he actually wanted Anonymous to come on his show at one point in time. But again, we got ghosted after the PBS documentary. Now, did that make us feel some type of way? No. Because we knew what it was. It was like, all right, cool. That's y'all playing. That's y'all in damage control. That's not hurting our feelings, man. That's y'all in damage control. And what did we do? We didn't say nothing for a whole year. Bruh, I've been sitting on my hands for a year. I could have been gone to war with y'all. But I didn't say nothing. I let it go, fam. I covered my information and kept it trucking. And then I found out y'all put this bad information in a documentary. Then I really felt some kind of way. Then I wanted to address it. Even attempted to get to another step of Matthew 18, where it's multiple people coming with this, right? And we can have this thing understood and have witnesses to the thing. That can't happen. Now it's ecclesia time, fam. Observation, gaslighting in your thumbnail of this video is a clear indicator of your and others' agenda. The thumbnail merely stipulates the date and what was said by the tour guide. What's the agenda other than giving information? There's no commentary. I give no commentary, nothing. I just state the date and what's said. If you have a problem with why the church changed the information on the website, then take your argument to the church. If you have a problem with the PBS scholar stating that there's Arabic type of writing, but never said that it is an actual Arabic writing on the pews, then take it up with PBS. I don't look at the changes made on the website as a victory or a moment to spike the ball, because the gravesite of my relatives and others who helped build and lead this church are currently being desecrated to this day. Their history, their voices, their sacrifices, their labor, their beatings, the savagery of barbaric crimes they were subjected to. And what led them to create these bookmarks and other reminders specifically to our people is what I will hold on to dearly. This is why I shifted my focus and not reduce them to talking points and discussions that edify no one but egos. Now this is hilarious, because he says this is why I shifted my focus, right? This is his attempt to explain why he didn't sit down with me, right? Because he didn't want to talk about this. He wanted to talk about more important stuff. But what did he go do? He didn't talk to me. So him and Benaiah and Maury Brown could spend a couple months doing a PBS a tour trying to do damage control for this thing, right? So this secret scholar, Professor Yusuf, comes on all three of their channels, right? The video is made on all three of their channels, right? Maury Brown goes in, tries to contact the producers of the church or whatnot, or the documentary for PBS. Maury Brown interviews people from Georgia who got museums and whatnot, who are also saying other stuff, talking about it's African writing going back to the 70s. You know what I'm saying? Benaiah's putting out all kind of videos and whatnot. They're on full damage control mode. It has nothing to do with, oh, well, I shifted my focus to not reduce them to talking points and discussions that if I know one, but not fam, no one but egos. That's what y'all did. You made it a full ego trip and went on a damage control tour to defend your defenseless stances. You went around and said that a fake scholar was real. But now it came out, and for 20 minutes on Sister E's channel, was breaking down. And I'm not putting this on Sister E because, again, she's saying she don't know. So I'm not putting this on her. Know that 100%. I'm putting this 1,000,000% on her trust on Benaiah. And I'm putting this all on Benaiah's head. When Benaiah comes out and says that Katz is real, that's Benaiah saying that. When Benaiah says we've had this information since day one, we just didn't put it out, that's Benaiah confirming the thing, yeah? That's a willful lie, fam. That's a willful lie. And if it's the truth, prove me wrong. Make me the liar. It ain't going to be hard. It ain't going to be hard at all. But here's what you're going to see. You're going to see little old me batting down all these arguments that make no sense. Why? Because one will make 1,000 flee and two will make 10,000 flee. And like the Quran says, the truth knocks the brains out of falsehood. The truth knocks the brains out of falsehood. Going further, I've stated this to you privately and publicly. Everyone has a right to discuss the writings on the pews as well as as other artifacts at this historic location. So doing a video response to you would be a complete waste of time, of energy, and effort. Just writing this response alone is far too much of my precious time that I can never get back. So again, respect my request, fam. I got you. I'm not gonna tell you nothing, bro. But now you got an issue. You're accusing me and my people, like anonymous and etc., of having an agenda, and we have no agenda other than telling the truth, other than giving our people scholastic information they can stand on. And you know what? We show it to you all the time. We show it to you all the time. But here's what I want. Why are you so triggered, fam? Everything I said to you was true, and you didn't deny it. I gave you a whole list of stuff. You didn't deny none of it, fam. The one thing you try to jump to was, I never said that there's even a possibility the Arabic could be on the pews. Got you. I'm going to do that in a hot second. But here's the truth, bro. There is no safe spaces when it comes to scholarship and scholastic claims. If you're screaming from the treetops and the mountaintops, hey, no, we got this, fam. We got this over here. We got that. This is really what it is. Okay. It's allowed to be scrutinized. There is no safe spaces for scholarship, fam. There's none. And like I said, me and my partners, what's our agenda? Our agenda is to be the Israelite intelligentsia of this thing, fam. A think tank on the ground. Elevate the level of scholarship in our community, fam. Elevate the level of scholarship, fam. Again, listen, like, I'm going to do it like this. I'm going to do it like this. Listen to this song right quick. I played this as my intro. I'm like, hear the song one good time right quick. Because this song came from our debate league, from our squad, right? The first verse is somebody who wants to be a clout chaser, but don't want to have to prove what they're saying. The other verses are our people's responses to them. Just do me a favor. Listen to this stuff, man.
You're not Peyton Manning. You're not Peyton Manning. Peyton Manning. You're not Peyton Manning. You're not Peyton Manning. Peyton Manning. You're not Peyton Manning. You're not Peyton Manning. Peyton Manning. You're not Peyton Manning. You're not Peyton Manning. Peyton Manning. You're not Peyton Manning. You're not Peyton Manning. Peyton Manning. You're not Peyton Manning. You're not Peyton Manning. Peyton Manning. You're not Peyton Manning. You're not Peyton Manning. Peyton Manning. You're not Peyton Manning. You're not Peyton Manning. I am Peyton Manning level. I'm on GOAT status. I think I'm the baddest mother lover ever walk on this planet. Damn it, you could never see me. You could never beat me. You could never be me. Disrespect me, and I'm eating all of your pizza. I know I'm not right. I know I'm not white. I know I'm gon' call the popo on you if you hit me. I don't fight. I'm a rapper. I don't write. Rio, you got all that hype. Stuff that I don't like. Why you laughing at my height? I wish I could slap your face. You just think you're so amazing. You just think that you're the greatest. Why you fucking Tom Brady? I am Peyton Manning. End of conversation. You just hating. I am Peyton Manning. Say it. I am Peyton Manning. Say it. No, Dibble God plan. That's a Drake line. Beat the midget up. That's a hate crime. 8 towns on 3 game time. Got the trunk knocking from the baseline. I'm all about the money, baby, crocker cake time. Chopsticks on deck, no Shanghai. 4-5, you come to my waistline. Keep the 4-5 tip by my waistline. You soft in the middle like fruit pie. I know it hard for you to walk a straight line. You wouldn't throw trays in the food fight. That what I heard through the grapevine. I know you don't mind wasting your time. I would just prefer you didn't waste mine. You gon' get what coming to you in due time. Little pussycat running from the K9. You're not Peyton Manning. You're not Peyton Manning. Peyton Manning. You're not Peyton Manning. You're not Peyton Manning. Peyton Manning. You're not Peyton Manning. You're not Peyton Manning. Peyton Manning. You're not Peyton Manning. You're not Peyton Manning. Peyton Manning. You're not Peyton Manning. You're not Peyton Manning. Peyton Manning. You're not Peyton Manning. You're not Peyton Manning. Peyton Manning. You're not Peyton Manning. You're not Peyton Manning. Peyton Manning. You're not Peyton Manning. You're not Peyton Manning. Peyton Manning. You ain't nowhere in my category, mandatory for me to tell you that you were very boring. And the moral of the story, I wish I could just ignore you, but I gotta burn your body, put you in the crematorium. And I'm the only audio inside the auditorium. And when I'm finished with you, you will not have no memorial. You wanna be Luigi, but you're not ready for Mario. And no scenario, running circles around your cardio. And that's a body blow, it's not a secret. Everybody know that you ain't coming close. I leave you comatose and you become a ghost. I overdose, I gotta overload. That's when the windows of heaven open up for me with the overflow. And I can feel the power moving within every last chromosome. Battle right around the corner, you already know it's on. Understand me, you're not Peyton Manning. You're not Peyton Manning. Woo!
That's what we're here for, fam. In a world full of crazy arguments, we got people talking about, yeah, you know, Israel's in South Africa. No, Israel's in Peru. No, Black Jesus gonna crack the sky, you know, give us all X-Men superpowers, and we're gonna take down Esau. No, fam. There's so many crazy doctrines out here, fam. so many crazy doctrines that we're out here trying to elevate the scholastic arguments that people make, right, in our community, so we don't get looked at crazy, because a lot of people are looking at us crazy right now because we don't hold ourselves accountable to the crazy arguments, man. Like, look at the camps, right? A lot of people don't even want to look at the camps. They just want, I got my head, I'm gonna do my thing over here. No, fam, because when you say you're Israel, a lot of people instantaneously assume you're part of the camps. So there has to be a conversation and actions done that draw a line of separation scholastically and with action, right? Same thing with a whole bunch of other people talking about stuff. Like, again, if we want our people to walk down the street with respect and be respected, we have to give arguments that can be respected with methodology and whatnot. That's what the agenda is to give our people defensible arguments, to build the wall with one hand and to defend it with the other. That is the agenda. Not to clout chase, not to secure the bag for ourselves, right? We could already been doing that, fam. Trust me, if I wanted to clout chase, I would have been shot this information up a long time ago, fam. I'd have been right there with the PBS documentary just going in on cats. April 24th, when I got the cold shoulder on the 23rd, I'd have been going on the 24th to now. But I haven't, fam. Because I'm not about clout chasing. I'm about kingdom building. Trying to do stuff behind closed doors and make it happen, right? But now I'm finding out within this community, you can't do stuff behind closed doors because people want to keep it secret. They got to make Israel a secret society, whatnot. And Israel is not a secret society, fam. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. At all. At all. When it says, make your case to the ecclesia, it doesn't say, hey, man, go do it in the closet. Where do you think I'm coming? I'm coming out in the public, fam. What you think this is? What you think this is? So I'm glad I've been given permission to talk about this. Far too kind. Far too kind. But the reality is this. Everybody gets to talk about this. And anybody bringing methodology to the table, it can get scrutinized by anybody. My methods, my information can get scrutinized all day long. All day long. I'm going to tell you right now, it's going to be harder to disprove me than people like Kelly and Benai, etc., right? Because we have different levels of scrutiny in our own methodology. I do a lot to make sure I don't do confirmation bias and falsify my own claims before I ever put anything out. Before I ever put anything out. Because I recognize that there's a generation coming up behind us and behind them and behind them. And we can't give them faulty footing to stand on. We have to give them solid ground. Rock to stand on, not sand. Rock to stand on, not sand. That's important, man. That's more important than anybody's ego. And I'm going to tell you, show me the ego, fam. What was the ego in waiting a year? Show me the ego in waiting a year to call y'all out. What was the ego in waiting for y'all to tell me I got an agenda and I got egos in this whole thing? And I've been building cool behind closed doors with all y'all cats, man. When I could have been busting shots since April. I'm not even trying to have people boycott y'all. I'm not trying to have people boycott the documentary. I'm saying go watch the documentary. Verify what I'm saying. I'm telling y'all, go put out another documentary with correct information. That's called repentance, man. You ain't gonna hear me beef at all. I'll commend you all day for that, for the growth, for the integrity, and for the example to the community, fam. But not this continuing to put your head in the sand and then praying that the wagon's in a circle just to protect you in your unrighteousness, fam. It's not gonna happen. Not with me, at least. Not with me. And if you're gonna do it and then say my name like I'm being like incredulous or having no integrity or that I got an agenda other than what's being stated in the public. Like, for instance, right? Totally 100% agenda. I told you, my G, I wanted you to help me focus on the East African side of the slave trade and talk about the Ethiopic side of the church. Because that's an important thing. We're talking to the limbo, all them kind of things, right? It's an important thing to figure out right now. I'll let you know what my agenda was. And you let me know you didn't want to deal with it, fam. It was more important to do damage control over the solar trail you can't prove to save your life on. To save your life on. If one of your family members' lives depended on you proving solar trail on the pews, they would be in heaven, fam. And you and I both know it. Hence, you ducked out from the debate with vocab. Shout out to Dante. At least he debated vocab on the 400 years. At least he debated vocab on that, right? Are either of you obligated to? No. But I'll tell you this right now. If it wasn't vocab, like check, you wouldn't debate me on the pews. You would figure out some reason, oh, I can't debate him. He's a Muslim. He's a Muslim. I'm a Muslim who's an Israelite who confirms Hebrew on the pews as well, who has theories to go prove out concerning Judeo-Bantu and West African Judeo-Arabic. I'm a Muslim who debates Muslims about the death of Jesus on the cross in the Quran, in the Arabic of the Quran. I'm a Muslim who debates Muslims on Isaac being the child of the sacrifice. I'm a Muslim who debates other Muslims on Jesus being the last and final messenger in the Quran. I'm a Muslim who debates other Muslims on the covenant of Israel in the Quran, on how they're chosen above all the world and told to remember their covenant, that God might remember them, and that they're supposed to remember their Sabbath covenants, etc. And that they got put into a second captivity because they rejected Jesus as their Messiah, and that they will be gathered again into their own land via their own covenant. I debate Muslims on the fact that God has a son in the Quran. Yeah, you heard that God has a son in the Quran. So now that we got all that gaslighting out the way, explain to the world why you wouldn't debate me on the pews. If it's so definitively not Arabic, why wouldn't you debate me on that then? What would be your reasoning? Oh, I'm not going to debate people about my family history. It's not your family history. Oh, what'd you say? I'll say it one more time. Cursive Hebrew, and even more specific, sola trail, being in Portuguese Jews and all. That's not your family history, man. That's not what your church history is saying to you. That's not what your great uncle told you through the church history of First African Baptist Church. So that's not your family history. So stop playing. And it definitely wasn't your family history until 11 years ago. So miss me with the nonsense. Miss me with the nonsense. What good reason would you have to not defend these claims and make them so boldly and try to shut down other people's information and gaslight other people over their claims? To the point where I can't even have a scholastic conversation with the Pews about people in our community. It's like, what are you doing talking about Arabic? What are you doing with it? I can't talk about Arabic being on the pews. I can't talk about Judeo-Arabic in West Africa. That's the ridiculousness of this conversation level thereof, fam. Is it's emotional, not intellectual. From rip, y'all keep playing like, someone's trying to take away our identity. I'm never going to deny my Israelite heritage. No one told you to. No one asked you to. And by claim, like you're trying to insinuate that someone like me is not claiming their Israelite heritage because I say there's Arabic on 2 pews, which is false on its face, man. That's that. What's that technique y'all call that? The nice nasty, right? Where you be throwing the rocks and hiding your hands. No, I don't do that, fam. Like I told y'all from day one, if I was ever going to shoot a scholastic bullet, I would put a name on it. Right now, I got 3. Benaiah Israel, Moray Brown, Pastor Kelly. Is this a beef? No. This ain't nothing personal, fam. If it was personal, it would have been popping off April 24th. If it was personal, you would have seen all kind of videos on that. Have you seen that? No. You have not seen that. You have not seen that. You've seen me be true to form and try to nation build with my people. Man. True to form. This is what my squad represents, right? Israelite intelligentsia, right? If you're out here doing the nonsense, we will scholastically run your pockets, man. I'm gonna need them bad arguments out of our neighborhood, man. You got the neighborhood hooked on bad arguments and whatnot. Can't let that fly. You got to go take that to your block, man. That stays off my block. Make no apologies about that joint, man. Again, know this. I dialogue and I debate. I do one or the other. I never do both at the same time. I do one or the other. If I'm dialoguing, it's a build. If I'm debating, I'm knocking down somebody's foundation of falseness. Their fallacious foundation. That's what I do in debates. If you don't have a fallacious foundation, I can't knock it down. That's all there is to it. That's all there is to it. And when people don't want to step in the ring and defend their ideas, but they want to scream to high heaven that they're right, then I know what time it is, man. I already know what time it is. And it's nothing to sweat. That's why there's no beef. Like, as a debater, I just dead topics. Ain't no beef. Ain't no beef. Just put out the facts and let the truth knock the brains out of falsehood. And call it a day. Call it a day. So claim one. He says, at the Orthodox, I can say emphatically that I've never expressed privately to you and or to anyone that there is or even a possibility that there's Arabic writing on pews and or other areas within the church. So immediately upon reading this, I go to see if the videos are up where he actually says that there could be Arabic on the pews. Lo and behold, they're taken down. Then I remember, no, fam, I remember where you said something else about this. And that's that clip I just played you, right? Now I want you to pay attention. He says here, or even a possibility that there's Arabic writing on the pews. Even a possibility. So in private, this was the conversation. In private, the conversation was, yeah, there could be Arabic on the pews, but I don't believe that there's any Quran verses in the church. That this doesn't sound right. A Quran verse in the church doesn't make sense. He was saying that behind closed doors. Benaiah said the same thing to me. Like, yeah, he believed that some of the people could write Arabic and read and write Arabic, but he just didn't believe. Again, this is in the interview with me, on camera. He just doesn't think that it's a Quran in the church concept, right? I don't deny that, right? That I can see where they think that's odd, right? Excuse me. I can see where they think that's odd, right? I gave them instances like Omar ibn Said's where it's not odd. You got situations like now where you got London the Mandingo slave breaking out how that's not odd. But I would like to show this again, right? So I want you to listen to this and tell me if you get no possibility off this.
Okay. So lastly, just to highlight this real quick, Hebrew inscriptions on a 3,000-year-old jar could redraw borders of ancient Israel. But see, when I look at this, I go even further with this. Why? Because this also will further prove that our ancestors, yeah, some of them wrote Arabic, and I'm not going to say that they didn't know Arabic. That'd be ignorant of me saying that. But I can prove that they were speaking, they were writing and speaking Aramaic, and I can prove this. Some of them understood Hebrew. I'm not going to say all of them, some of them.
So again, you can go see this for yourself on Dante's channel. There's the name of the video. There's the timestamp and the date. Our ancestors, yes, some of them wrote Arabic. I'm not going to say that they didn't know Arabic. That would be ignorant of me saying that. Direct quote. Now, if they knew Arabic and could write Arabic, how is that leaving no possibility? That sounds a lot right there, like what the tour guide said about them speaking a Maghrebi Arabic mixed with Hebrew, and Patois. So there's that one, yeah. Claim 2. And real talk, out of all the things that he decided to go defend, it was that one. Out of all the claims that I made, fam, out of everything I said, he didn't try to touch none of that joint. He tried to go to the Arabic joint. He's like, oh, I got them videos deleted. he can't do nothing about that. Cool, fam. No, see, y'all talk so much, y'all don't even know what you say where, fam. You don't even know what you say where. Observation, gaslighting in your thumbnail of this video is a clear indicator of your and others' agenda. So here's the thumbnail, fam. First African Baptist Church tour, August 2019, Hebrew, Arabic, and mixed language. The tour guide actually said these things. What is the agenda of myself in anonymous Hebrew? Also, what is the basis for this agenda? We both believe Hebrew and Arabic are on the pews. We also believe there is a possible trade language involving the two. We both also believe that the pews could be a possible treasure trove of African scripts, period, and need to be taken one by one. And we both believe in showing our work, giving proper citations, and not making declarations beyond what the facts dictate. Like I said, he didn't answer one question with this whole response, man. Why are you so triggered, fam? It's true. You didn't deny none of it, bruh. You didn't deny none of it. So why are you triggered, fam? That means I've been right for a year and I've been saying nothing about this stuff. And you've been knowingly going out here fabricating stuff, fam. So like I told Sister 3, I'm not going to sit on the sidelines and watch it happen a second time like it did with cats. Y'all are charging the people for this information now, lying and fabricating stuff to them. All right, cool. And then you said, I got an agenda because I got the nerve to put out information like a clip of my boy going to the church. Fam. Okay. I get it. You're triggered, Munchie. But like I said, in scholarship, there is no safe spaces, man. Claim 3, if you have any problem, or if you have a problem with why the church changed the information on the website, then take your argument to the church. Okay. This is literally a response that I had on Facebook, and I should remake this because this was 4 days ago, right? So this is before Pastor Kelly asked me not to tag him in anything, right? So the good brother Blacktastic had put out a post breaking down that the website had changed or whatnot from the church or whatnot. He tagged me into it, right? And because he tagged me, I responded out of respect and whatnot. And this was my response. I says, it will be interesting to see if there is a grand pushback on a story now changing from 6 languages being spoken, as Dr. Kelly Richardson just reminded everyone in a video. He just put out the video clip again of a tour guide talking. Now I did it and I got an agenda. He did it without an agenda though. As I understand from Sadiq bin Yehuda, or Anonymous Hebrew, he has recorded from his tour in August of 2019 that Arabic is one of the 6 languages. It just is what it is, fam. It's a shame people feel a need to exclude Arabic now instead of including it among the many Semitic languages of Africa, particularly being that Arabic script was found on Sapelo Island and in Savannah by a Mandingo slave that wrote the Gospel of John in the Gullah dialect with the Arabic script. I would love to see the scholarship that keeps causing the church to change their website. That's on Facebook for everyone to see, fam. Again, straw man argument. How could I have a problem when I don't even know why the website was ever changed or by what methodology? And to be clear, Pastor Kelly, I need you to answer this, bro. You have not anywhere, you, Benaiah, or Moray Brown, will anywhere speak to the concept of London, the Mandingo slave that wrote the Gospel of John in the Gullah dialect with the Arabic script in 1844. In Savannah, Georgia, fam. You skate past Bilal Muhammad and Sapelo and ignore London. Completely ignore. So what's your stance, sir? What's your scholastic stance on London, the Mandingo slave that wrote the Gospel of John in the Gullah dialect with the Arabic script, and also gospel hymns in the Arabic script? I'll wait, but I sure won't hold my breath. Again, if you have a problem with the PBS scholar stating that there's Arabic type of writing, but never said that it's actual Arabic writing on the pews, then take it up with PBS. Again, this is one of my questions, bro, that went unanswered. Everyone just saw you not answer the question, fam. It got put to you, and you ran like, man, you straight ran from it. Are you really going to act like your cousin didn't contact producers of the PBS documentary and get confirmation that Boubacar Diakité did in fact translate Arabic phrases on the pews? Now, this is real. Go to my G's channel, right? Go to Pastor Kelly's channel. Go to Road to Savannah. Make some noise. Episode 1. Put up May 5th, 2021. Here are your timestamps, man. 54:24 to an hour and 24. Right? Or an hour and 24 seconds, right? They don't just call them phrases on the pews, they call them scriptures. When Maury Brown asked the women about what Boubacar Diakité said, they call them scriptures. And they say that he translated Muhammad is there is no God but Allah, or no God but Allah, and Muhammad is his messenger. So again, this whole concept of Arabic type of writing, but never said that it's actual Arabic writing on the pews, then take it up with PBS. Fam, your cousin already took it up with PBS and found it to be fallacious what you're saying. Because PBS confirmed, the producers confirmed that Boubacar Diakité did in fact translate phrases from those pews in Arabic. The West African scholar. Again, I never had any issues with PBS, fam. None whatsoever. And on top of that, again, your cousin's secret scholar, Professor Yosef, confirmed, or he said that he thought that he assumed that Boubacar Diakité meant Arabic calligraphy by Arabic type of writing. So you got the Moroccan brother saying Arabic type of writing means calligraphy, and you got the sisters as the producers of the PBS documentary saying that Boubacar did in fact translate 2 pews. And I'll tell you this right now. So Maury Brown was asking the Moroccan dude what he thought about Surah 114. When you go listen to this clip here from Road to Savannah, you'll notice that it's clipped. Not from front to, I'm talking about inside the actual clip itself. It's edited. So you don't get the full conversation in that clip, right? I would love to see Maury Brown upload the full video to see if he asked if Surah 114 was translated by Boubacar. I would bet my rent money, my last dollar, that he asked that question and got an answer he didn't like. I would put my bottom dollar on the fact that he answered that question, or he asked that question, got an answer he didn't like. Now that's just a speculation. That's not even a claim. That's a speculation. So I'm not even saying that's my claim on the dude, right? But even that speculation would be easy to disprove by just putting out the information instead of all this clout chasing, smoke and mirrors nonsense. Put out the verifiable information. I just said this part here, yeah. That William Brown, his secret scout still says that it's Arabic calligraphy. And here's the cold part, right? You can go again. This interview has made parts of it on all 3 of the channels of the cousins, right? From Pastor Kelly to Benaiah to Maury Brown. Hold on, give me 30 seconds, man. Give me 30 seconds. Sorry about that, fam. But so on Maury Brown's video, he just has part 1 up. The part 2 is not there anymore, right? But in part 1, the title is Interview, Professor and Linguist of Arabic, French, Farsi, Ajami, and more. And I got the screenshot. So even if you change the title, fam, I got you on this, right? They're passing my man off as a linguist of Arabic, French, Farsi, Ajami, and more. So yeah, I mean, that's the problem. Like you're saying, my man's super high level. He's the super linguist, right? But he does not claim that himself. Professor Yosef does not claim to be a linguist of Arabic, French, Farsi, Ajami, etc. He claims he is a sociolinguist. A sociolinguist. A sociolinguist. So I'm going to play a video of him describing himself, and I want y'all to tell me what y'all think about the thing, yeah? And again, the thumbnail is meant to be what it is, right? Because like I said, I found your boy.
Thank you, Mr. William, for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be with you today and be with your group as well. And I hope now my conversation with you will be beneficial to you and to your friends and group members. As thank you again for reading the short bio. As you mentioned, I was born and raised in did my undergraduate studies there, and came to the United States in to finish my graduate studies, and I got my master's at the University of in Morocco. I studied sociolinguistics, which is the study of language and its impact on society, and the study of the society and its impact on language, and also studied language and gender, especially the use of gender and politeness vis-a-vis, male and female, especially in Arabic societies and Western societies. And also did my studies also in code switching, which is the changing of codes based on the changing of the environment, or the changing of the people you are talking to. So my study was mostly focused in Moroccan society, and how Moroccan people code switch from one language to another based on the situation that they are in, or based on the people that they are talking to, either their age, their status, or their gender. And of course, as you mentioned, when I came here, I did my master's degree in sociolinguistics as well, and started my journey teaching Arabic after, and started teaching at the University of, and at the same time, or a year later, started teaching as well in University of both of them are private colleges, and one of the few liberal colleges in and in 2012 I was offered a job at the University to kind of start their Arabic program, because of my experience in starting Arabic programs in those previous universities, and the rest is history.
So I'm not saying he doesn't know Arabic, right? Not in any way, shape, or form. But you heard him tell you he's a sociolinguist. And why is that important? I brought that up beforehand. Dr. Kirshen's a sociolinguist, but also has other degrees, etc. I would have no issue if my man was brought on as a sociolinguist. In fact, I emailed him, right? Because a sociolinguist would be fantastic to have in this conversation about the Gullah language and whatnot, and code switching and trade languages. Fantastic. But instead of bringing him on for that concept, they brought him on to deal with a fake concept where they mischaracterize Abu's position, which I'll point out. And then they mischaracterize who he is, period. So show me in any of that where he's a linguist of Arabic, French, Farsi, Ajami, all that type of stuff. He's not. And doesn't even claim it. And just for proof, fam, like tomorrow I'm gonna show. So I didn't put certain information on that thing because I didn't want to be I didn't want people to start complaining about, oh, you're doxing him, you're doxing him. No, I'm not doxing nobody, fam. I wanted y'all to catch this first. And then in a day or two, what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually play video from the college that he's at, where he gives lectures and whatnot. And y'all tell me if it's the same person or not. I'll wait. But come on, fam. A linguist of Arabic, French, Farsi, and Ajami. Come on, fam. Doesn't have a degree in any one of those. Fam. Again, he also, the same secret scholar Yosef, however you want to deal with it, right? On this interview, again, same interview. What is it? Same interview that makes it on 3 channels. You can check this one out again. Here's the title, interview, what is an Arabic type of script? March 25th, 2021. Professor Yosef was able to read only a part of the calligraphy on the door in Morocco, in Mogador, in southern Morocco, right? He also said when it came to different styles of calligraphy, you first would need someone who knew the particular style. Then he said you would need someone who could decipher what is said. And that's so important to understand, because even he understands that Arabic can be used to write other scripts. That just because he could read the Arabic doesn't mean he would know what the language was. But even then, he let Maury Brown know that he couldn't read everything on that door. He had to stop halfway through it. And said he would need more time to go back and decode that, or to decipher what it said in Arabic, because that's Arabic. That's not some other language. That's Arabic right there, right? That's Arabic right there. But even he couldn't read the calligraphy in Morocco. And literally in the interview, Maury Brown is talking about discussing this with a whole another calligraphist. So that's not this guy's Arabic expertise and whatnot. And here's something to note. Moroccan Arabic and Hassani Arabic are a little different. They're both Maghrebi, but they're different. Almost nobody in the Arabic-speaking world understands Moroccans. They have their own style, fam. Almost nobody understands them. And if you want to get real specific, from Morocco to Egypt, it gets a little dicey in terms of other people around the world or whatnot. Arabic-speaking populations and whatnot. But particularly Morocco. And again, once you get down past Mauritania, it's a different Arabic, fam. It's a different Arabic. And you have more language mixing happening there via that source that Dante brought out. So this conversation is literally above Majid's pay grade. Literally. Again, this made it on 3 different channels. Here's the other title. Hidden Hebrews Special Review, the First African Baptist Church, the Pews. This is on Benaya's channel. The other one was on Pastor Kelly's. The one prior to that was Maury Brown's, right? William Brown presents a false premise to Professor Yosef, showing a hypothetical for a title of Surah 114 instead of a verse from Surah 114. The hypothetical given to Professor Yosef is that a title for Surah 114 was written on the pews, not a verse. And so literally throughout this interview, he's saying, yeah, you wouldn't put a title of the surah on there. You would put a verse from the surah on there. So he confirms that it would be logical to see a verse from the surah, but not the title. And another thing is said is that, oh, this guy confirms that that the Arabic language connects when you write it. The cursive Arabic connects when you write it, and literally says there's instances where it doesn't. He says that there's at least 8 instances where it doesn't, and in the email shows that this is one of those instances, not throughout the whole of the word, but through part of the word, to where the singing at the end does not connect. It's mischaracterization going all the way around, fam. And so he says something like a native Arabic speaker would not write it that way. Well, fam, Being that there's not a large population of Arabs in West Africa, a Fulani speaking Arabic is not a native Arabic speaker. Even your boy said that he grew up speaking Berber first in Morocco and then was speaking Arabic and French. But no, I'm sorry, fam. A Mandingo, a Fulani, a Hausa, a Yoruba, who have their own native languages, don't speak Arabic as a native language. So when your man says a native speaker of the language would not write it that way, that's not inconsistent with the arguments going on in any way, shape, or form. It's not inconsistent with the trade language concept in any way, shape, or form. Any way, shape, or form. Now, I'm sorry, fam. I'm going to run through this a little bit quicker because I got y'all here past 4.5 hours. I don't know what time it is. It's late everywhere. You know what I'm saying? So, again, claim 4. I don't look at the changes made on the website as a victory or a moment to spike the ball because the gravesite of my relatives and others who helped build and lead this church are currently being desecrated to this day. Their history, their voices, their sacrifices, their labor, their beatings, the savagery and barbaric crimes they were subjected to, and what led them to create these bookmarks and other reminders specifically to our people, and what I would hold on to dearly. This is what I shifted my focus. This is why I shifted my focus and not reduce them to talking points of discussions and edify no one but egos. Got you, fam. You shifted your focus to damage control. That's all that was. And you literally got no issue desecrating memories of our ancestors because you're out here saying that they weren't Muslim. You're out here saying that they like that they weren't Arabic. Like the concept that there was no Muslims taken in the slave trade is ridiculous to me. When I heard Benai putting that out, and I heard that when I heard that made it to the documentary, I was appalled, right? Like he said it on my interview, right? Now on my interview, I don't debate the people I interview on Debate Talk For You. As a host on Debate Talk For You, I do not do that. I do not do that. I never do that. I let you get your information off, and I'll go build with you on the side. And so, like I talked to Benai, I got him on the side. I was like, hey, I want to build on a couple of things right quick, and he kept pushing the builds off. One of them was that build right there about there was no Muslims taken into slaves. Fam, almost up to 30, like multiple scholars would say almost 30% of the slaves, anywhere from 15 to 30% of the slaves are Muslims. On top of that, fam, does that mean they weren't Israelites? No, because you got a bunch of Israelites around the world who claim to be Islam, like the Pashtun, etc. But here's what we also see, fam. We see a conversion that happens over here that I'm going to be focusing on hard. And this is part of our history that's being desecrated right now by this lack of scholarship in this argument about it has to be either Arabic or Hebrew. And if you don't say it's Hebrew, then you're against me and you're attacking me. Nah, knock all that off, fam. Because you know what? I'm Fulani. I'm verifiably Fulani. I have a very rare haplogroup that you only find amongst a certain group of people in Africa, fam. And as a matter of fact, I'll tell you right now, the people who carry my haplogroup in West Africa, EM33, that came through the slave trade, we're talking about Fulani, we're talking about Hausa, we're talking about Wolof, we're talking about Mandinka. All 4 of them were largely Muslim. All 4 of them used Arabic as a lingua franca. And you know what? A lot of them could have been Israelite Muslims. And a lot of them could have come over here and converted. Just like they were talking about my man, Omar ibn Said. Just like they were talking about London. That they were a Muslim in Africa, but they came over here and embraced the Gospels. That's a story we're being robbed from, fam. And that's a story I'm going to focus on real hard. Because like I said, when you go look at Gullah culture, you see the story in real life. So miss me with all this, I'm trying to protect my ancestors, fam. No, you're not. No, you're not. Because you're not standing on what they stood on. They didn't tell you nothing about no solar trail, fam. They didn't tell you nothing about no cursive Hebrew, fam. Just like they didn't tell me nothing about Arabic on the pews, right? it would be wrong for me to say, yeah, the founders of First African Baptist Church were really underground Muslims, that they didn't want to know they were Muslims and they were putting Arabic. No, fam, they didn't say nothing like that. I can't prove that. It would be wrong for me to say that because it would desecrate their memories because they didn't tell me that story as my ancestors. So let's keep it a buck, fam. The claim of anything being written on the pews is not any older than 15 years. Not documentably. And it definitely don't go past the 70s, fam. And from the 70s and before that, it was just known as African writing, fam. African writing. So no, you didn't shift your focus to reduce them to reduce them to, or not reduce them to talking points. You literally made merchandise of them, fam. You literally made merchandise of these ancestors you're saying you're trying to protect and not desecrate. You made merchandise of them and their memory. I've stated this to you privately and publicly. Everyone has a right to discuss the writings on the pews as well as the other artifacts at this historical location. So doing a video response to you would be a complete waste of time, energy, and effort. Just writing this response alone is far too much of my precious time that I could never get back. So again, respect my request. Bruh, no issue. No issue. You don't ever got to worry about me tagging you in nothing, fam. But I'm going to address everything. That's all there is to it. But like you're saying, we shouldn't see any crafty counsel or playbook videos on this, should we? Should we? Via your own words. I will be doing a thorough breakdown on their sections of the Reclaiming the Throne series. And again, disclaimer, fam. Disclaimer. I'm not, hold on. Small disclaimer. I'm not bagging on the documentary. Like I said earlier, I really liked the second episode. I thought there was a lot of good information in that. I thought it was the most scholastic one out of all three. I highly suggest people go watch that. I suggest you watch all three. Go rent all three of them. Go rent all three of them. But what I'm going to start doing from now until the new year hits, fam, is I'm going to be airing this out. So when the new year hits, we don't got none of the stuff to worry about, fam. It's a new conversation. I'm going to put out the facts. I'm going to watch people just stop talking about the pews because they don't want to deal with this stuff. And then we're going to deal with some real stuff facing the community. But these are just a small portion. This is half of the list that needs to be dealt with from what was brought by Benaiah, Pastor Kelly, and Maury Brown in that documentary. Pastor Kelly directly quotes, all conclude that there is curse of Hebrew on the pews, and nobody has concluded that in any way, shape, or form via any scholarship. No scholar has concluded in any way, shape, or form, and much less Sola Thread, which is a very specific form of curse of Hebrew. A secret scholar was introduced as an Arabic linguist and is not. Again, this is how it was pushed off in the documentaries. He was an Arab linguist, Professor Yosef, right? The one that Maury Brown's pushing off as a linguist in Arabic, French, German, Farsi, all them things, man. Benaiah Israel's incorrect information was passed off as Dr. Lorenzo Dal Turner's work. That one is where I drew the line right there. That's the moment when I said I can't take no more. This has got to get dealt with. Because literally, I'm watching this documentary where this work is getting pushed off as Dr. Lorenzo Dal Turner's work. But Benaiah said the same thing about he did this research on my interview with him on my channel and on Debate Talk for You. So we got my man Pastor Kelly talking about some secret scholars that don't exist that conclude cursive Hebrew. We got Amori Brown talking about secret scholars that don't that don't have backgrounds that they're claiming that they have, and we got Benai Israel passing off his own work as Dr. Lorenzo Dal Turner's work. On top of that, Benai is said to have confirmed Sola Israel on the pews, and no one has confirmed that. Show us where he confirmed that, fam. Show us who confirmed that for him. Again, he won't even show us him paying to get it translated like he said he was going to. I got no issue with the claim, fam. Prove it. That's all. If you're gonna say he confirmed it, but you're not gonna show me a source, bruh, I'm calling BS, fam. I'm calling BS. I'm calling blank scholarship, fam. Benai is said to have confirmed that the people of First African Baptist Church identified as Portuguese Jews. And there's way more, fam. There's more than this to clean up. But that's just crazy right there, fam. Because what's even crazier is the information they used to try to prove this. So they said he confirmed that these people are these same Portuguese Jews. That's how they said, are these same, fam. Never happened. Never happened. What they did is they showed the same work that I went to go defend on Garfield's channel, where Benai brings out work where he just goes over the church's books or whatnot, and it said where they identify as saying Father in Israel or something of that nature. Again, that's being pushed off as proof that these were the Portuguese Jews being mentioned and that they identified as Portuguese Jews. And that it's been confirmed. Fam, we're doing too much. And this is why we don't get a lot of respect in a lot of communities, fam. Again, some people believe that we got Jerusalem popping off. Jerusalem's in South Africa. Or Jerusalem's in South Africa. Or all kind of craziness, fam. With no scholarship. Well, I feel this. Cool. If we can't prove it, how about we just stick to what we can prove for the moment and feel all kind of stuff on our own? Have all of our own theories that we're working on, but we stick to what we can prove in the public. I understand people would like to think that the people of First African Baptist Church like specifically declared themselves as Portuguese Jews, but that didn't happen, fam. And Father in Israel does not mean Portuguese Jew, fam. Just don't. That's poor methodology, fam. I'm gonna need you to come up off that bad argument, fam. It's getting people addicted in our community, fam. I'm gonna need you to come up off that bad argument, fam. Like I said, I'll be doing a full breakdown of this. Full breakdown of their portions of the documentary. Again, this is not a shot of the documentary. I am not calling for a boycott of the documentary. In fact, I'm asking that you go rent the documentary and verify my claims. I really liked parts of the second episode, for real. And if anything, I'm calling on the producers of the documentary to make another one. Go make more money, make another one, but correct the information. Correct the information. Put out the retraction. You know what? We said this in the previous one, but this is what we found out. We said this, but this is what we found out. That's respect, fam. You get respect for that in different communities. They don't look down on you for that. They look down on the throwing rocks and hiding your hands concept, fam. They look down on that. And that's where we run into this issue right here. Scholastic crabs in a barrel with spiritual Stockholm syndrome. Scholastic crabs in a barrel with spiritual Stockholm syndrome, man. A crab in a barrel that's pulling you down doesn't care about you. They just care about them. It's a self-idolatry concept, man. They could be like some ninjas and whatnot and help each other climb out. Nope. They got to pull you down. They got to pull your argument down to make their argument seem more viable. They don't got any proof. They don't want to stand on it. And they don't want to be challenged. They want to stand on you to make their argument, not on their facts. And with spiritual Stockholm syndrome, fam, oh, don't hold me accountable. You know, we just came out the Christian church where we don't do accountability, fam. Don't hold me accountable. Well, I'm sorry, fam. Well, like, you're saying that you're an Israelite, though. The book says keep you accountable. Don't it? Pretty sure it do. At least mine does. And so then we get into this, fam. This is what I mean about clout chasing versus kingdom building. Because either you're doing this thing, either you're calling yourself an Israelite out of pride, like you want to be precious and treated special and elevated and all them kind of things, or you recognize that you're volunteering to be a representative of the Most High, and that your first job is to cleanse and purify yourself so you can be a worthy vessel of such a job, not justify your own bad habits with a confirmation bias, not look for good news about your bad habits. And so this is where I want people to really take this in, right? I'm gonna leave this here because we're going up on 5 hours in this piece. All right. 5 hours in this piece. A scholastic crab in the barrel has a real megalomaniac concept to them, right? Like, it's like, again, they don't see how they're affecting other people. They see how other people affect them. It's all about them and what their idea is. Their idea is the most important thing in the world. Nothing else matters.
Am I the meanest? Sure enough. Am I the prettiest? Sure. Am I the baddest mofo low down around this town? Sure. I can't hear you. Sure.
And one of their main arguments is emotion versus logic. A scholastic crab in a barrel is not going to start with a logical argument, right? They're going to start with a fallacy of appealing to emotion to begin with. It is a clear sign of a scholastic crab in a barrel. And when they run into intellectual arguments, they don't know what to do. They got to scoff or they got to gaslight, one of the two.
I know who can beat you.
Who said that? Beats fine, who said that? I got him, Joe. I got him. I got him, Joe. I got him. Here you go, Joe. Here's the most. Who's badder than the Shogun?
Bruce Leroy, that's who.
Bruce Leroy. Bruce Leroy. Well. If it ain't serious, elusive, Leroy Green. I've been waiting a long time for this, Leroy. I am sick of hearing these bullshit Superman stories about the Wassa legendary Bruce Leroy catching bullets with his teeth. Catching bullets with his teeth? Nigga, please.
The secret awaits eyes, unclouded by ambition.
What?
Those who are bound by desire see only that which can be held in their hands.
See? Now it is mumbo jumbo like that.
Yeah. And so when they can't deal with the intellectual concept, they got to gaslight and go straight to making you submit to these arguments from emotion.
Who's the master? I can't hear you, Leroy.
And so when they try to make you submit, you got one responsibility at that moment, right? You got to let them know that the Most High also dwells in you. That the one thing you submit to is the Most High, not anybody's weak arguments. Not anybody else, fam. The Most High and his truth.
All right, Leroy. Who's the one and only master?
And after you let them know the Most High is in charge, that they're not the Most High, and that we're all underneath the Most High, sometimes you got to bat away them arguments, man. Like, what did my man say? Hit him with a 3-piece. And if they still keep coming for you, fam, sometimes you got to brush off the scholastic crab in a barrel and put him back in his barrel. It just is what it is, fam. Some people are in this for clout chasing. Some people are in this for kingdom building. For the clout chasers, it's going to be simple to weed them out. They are scholastic crabs in a barrel. They don't want to be challenged. They don't want to be scrutinized. They don't want to be held to account. And everything's got to be done in a secret society behind closed doors. Everything. Now, do I have a problem with some things behind closed doors? No. But everything? Yes. Because sunlight is the best disinfectant, man. 100%. So with that, family, I'm going to leave you with a cut. I appreciate y'all for staying for 5 hours. You know what I'm saying? Yo, it's been a hot minute. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate you for your time. I appreciate y'all coming through. Stay tuned, because I'm going to be putting, again, tomorrow's going to be a long day where I put up all the videos of me talking about the pews since I started this thing, fam. And you can see the different avenues this could have gone. It didn't have to go this way, fam. It didn't have to go this way. But with that, family, I say peace and love.
I like the way this feel, yeah. Let my soul cry, yeah, yeah, yeah. Minister, we gonna speak from the heart on this one. I'm performing lyrical funerals, no obituary. I killed your boy and brought him back to life. Pet cemetery. My anointing not based on attendance at a seminary. Scarlet witches, they attracted to the visionary. Everywhere I go, I bring the word with me, missionary. Soldier drafted in the war machine, military. Pay attention, what I'm saying to you, legendary. You got the demeanor of a front desk secretary. That mean you take the calls, but you don't make the calls. That's why you hate, cause ain't nothing fake about me at all. Now I dare you try to say that with a straight face. My delivery in tip-top, great shape. I'm too advanced for you, light years, space age. No evolution for you cavemen, stone age. I'm a thoroughbred, rock solid. I came from the bottom to the top, rock climbing. I grew up in the hood, pros and cons. That's that full court pressure when the ambulance roll out their stretch. Why can't you see it's not logical? And you live diabolical. Boy, your point of view smaller than hair follicle molecule. This for all of them that follow you, smoking all of them barbecue. When I pull up, your voice on correct itself with no auto-tune. I got a whole nother level that I can enter whenever I gotta deal with the devil. I pick a whole nother method. I hear a whole lot of yapping. They wanna see my reaction. I'm really out here in the community making it happen. I don't really think they understand the dilemma. They ain't looking at the man in the mirror. Can't say it in the clearer. The plan is very simple. It's time to start playing in the temple. Before somebody come and put the can on your temple. Reaching like a baby with his hand for the nipple. The Grand Reaper coming with his hand on the circle. Hit the van coming with a ram with it. With the van coming get him. I am so glad that I changed up. Made it out of where I came from. Watch for the sliding hook of the slow ball, fastball, and that change up. That ghetto lifestyle, it changed us. Go back to visit, it ain't changed much. Only difference is now the way that my brain process information. And Satan, been after my license day one. Let me say something. Only reason that I'm still alive today because God's grace is amazing. Just another raisin in the sun. Dream deferred when things occurred. Now you getting served right on the curb like a lemonade stand. I just gave you the benediction, let the whole church say amen.